Hello everyone, Samia Khan here. You guys are watching a replay from last night. In case you missed it, Bernie Sanders was in Flagstaff yesterday and he held a rally. Obviously, many of the presidential candidates have their eyes on Arizona given that the primary is coming up this Tuesday. We know Donald Trump will be here in town tomorrow morning. He'll be speaking live in Flagstaff. We will be streaming that live here on News Now. Mike Page will be joining you for that. I believe Ted Cruz also here today. We'll have that for you this evening, and I'm hearing reports that Hillary Clinton will be making her way to Arizona sometime before Tuesday's primary.
My name is Catherine Figueroa. I was born in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm 16 years old and I'm a daughter to immigrants who came to this country for a better future.
Hello everyone. We're actually going to cut into this. We will be replaying this Bernie Sanders rally in full, but I do want to take you to Florida because we're getting live aerials of a plane crash there. Real quick, let's go ahead and pull this up for you. It's a really unfortunate scene out of Florida, a plane crash. I'm going to go ahead and try to get you guys some information right now. All right, guys, what we know so far, plane crash at Peter O. Knight Airport at Tampa's Davis Islands. Again, this is in Florida. We don't have a lot of information. We do know that this is in Tampa, Florida, Peter O. Knight Airport on Davis Islands. Fire rescue crews responding to the scene of a small plane crash. We're looking at the debris now. Earlier this morning, our Fox station out in Florida did have photos, images of the plane itself on fire. The plane caught fire after crashing, and fire crews were working to extinguish the fire. We can see that the fire is completely out. There was no word on how many people are on board or if there were any injuries. We're going to get you guys more information right now. I moved the lower third from the screen so that you guys could see the people on the ground, the crew on the ground that did respond to the scene of this plane crash. In the upper right hand corner of your screen, that is an image that was tweeted by Tampa police in the last 2 minutes. It shows the scene of the plane crash, Tampa police and Tampa fire rescue on scene of that crash in the upper right hand corner. All right, guys, they have taken away that scene of the plane crash. I want to go ahead and show you guys this image, though. However, this is the image that was tweeted from Tampa police of that plane crash specifically. And here is a look at our 10-day forecast. Very pleasant temperatures here in Phoenix. So it looks like very pleasant temperatures today through the weekend. A little warm. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. These are the days that political candidates will be here in Arizona. Presidential candidates hoping to win Tuesday's primary election. 83 degrees on Tuesday. Pretty good voting weather, I must say. And then a nice cool down, very pleasant weather Wednesday and Thursday. Speaking of political candidates that are here in Arizona, or spending their time here at least in Arizona this week, one of whom, Bernie Sanders, in Flagstaff yesterday. In case you missed it, I'm going to play it for you now.
Let me begin by thanking Derek Watchman, and let me thank Russell Begay, the President of the Navajo Nation. Russell, thank you. Let me thank, I hope I don't mispronounce his name, Kevin Todacini. And mostly, let me thank Catherine Bueno for being here today. A young woman of extraordinary intelligence and extraordinary courage, who has used the tragedy of her own family and the deportation of her parents, who she saw being arrested on TV. She has used that grief and that anger to stand up and fight for justice, and I cannot thank her more for what she has done. And we're going to talk about immigration reform in a moment, but maybe I just begin by saying to your sheriff here, Mr. Arpaio, why don't you pick on people who have the power to fight back? Stop picking on children like Catherine and others. And let me begin by saying, as I have said before, that if elected president, we are going to pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. Whether Mr. Arpaio likes it or not. And if the Congress doesn't do what it's supposed to do, we will use the executive powers of the presidency to the full extent possible. It is not acceptable to me and a vast majority of the people in our country that 11 million undocumented folks are living in the shadows, they are living in fear, they are being exploited, and that has got to end. I know a little bit about the immigration experience. My dad was an immigrant. came from Poland. And all of us have got to do everything that we can to make sure that people in this country are not living in fear. I want to thank all of you for being here, and I want to apologize for the several thousand people who could not get into this room, who are outside. I hope they stay outside. I just had the opportunity to say a few words to them, but we should have had a larger venue, and I'm sorry that we didn't. But again, thank you for the many thousands of people who are here with us this evening. Just a word about this campaign and what we are trying to do. When we began this campaign, we were at 3% in the polls, about 70 points behind Secretary Clinton. We had no political organization. We had no money. We had no name recognition. Other than that, we were doing really great. But we have come a very long way in 10 months, and we think that now that we are in the West, maybe the most progressive where we're going to have elections not only here but in Utah and Idaho, and we're heading further in a couple of months to California and to Washington State, and to Oregon. We think that the climate is a little bit friendlier for us. We think we've got a path toward victory. And if we can bring out large turnouts, we're going to win this thing. I'm proud that up to now we have won 9 states. We have almost 850 delegates. And with your help on Tuesday, we're going to win here in Arizona. Now, the reason that we are doing as well as we are is we're doing something very radical in American politics. We are telling the truth. And as all of you know, the truth is not always pleasant. But we cannot go forward as a nation if we continue to push underneath the carpet the most important crises that we have to address. The way we go forward is bring these issues up, address them, and go forward, no more hiding them. Issue number 1, and that is this campaign is addressing the crisis of American democracy, the fact that we have a campaign finance system which is corrupt and which is undermining American democracy. Look, democracy is not complicated. Don't let anybody suggest to you that it is. What democracy means is one person, one vote. You want to vote for me? Thank you. You want to vote against me? That's okay. That's democracy. But what I do not want to see, and we will end, is billionaires and Wall Street buying elections. Now, what makes our campaign quite unique in American history is that up to this point in the election, we have received over $5 million individual campaign contributions. That is more individual campaign contributions than any candidate in the history of the United States of America at this point. Anybody here know what the average contribution is? Now, I want you all to know that just that reality, 5 million contributions averaging $27, that is revolutionary. And what that shows is you can run a winning national campaign and not be dependent on Wall Street or billionaires. Unlike my Democratic opponent, and I think every Republican, we do not have a super PAC. We don't want a super PAC. Unlike my opponent, we are not raising millions of dollars from Wall Street or the fossil fuel industry or the drug companies. And by the way, I've not given too many speeches on Wall Street for $225,000 a speech. But it is not only a corrupt campaign finance system that is undermining American democracy. You got governors all over this country who are suppressing the vote, who are trying. Look, we have got one of the lowest voter turnouts of any major country on earth. What any sensible person would say is, how do we increase voter turnout? How do we make it easier for people to participate in the political process? But what we have in this country is a number of cowardly Republican governors who are afraid of free and fair elections. Who want to make it harder for poor people, for people of color, for old people, for young people to participate in the democratic process. I say to those governors and members of the legislature, if you don't have the guts to participate in a free and fair election, get another job, get out of politics. If elected president, we are going to take those governors on. In my view, if you're 18 years of age, a citizen of this country, you have the right to vote. End of discussion. And this campaign is talking not only about ending a corrupt campaign finance system, but we're also going to address the crisis of a rigged economy. Now, the corporate media doesn't talk about it too much, so I'll talk about it. This is what is going on economically in America today. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than almost any other major country on earth. It is worse here today than at any time since 1928. Listen to this. Listen to this. In America today, the top 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. That is called a rigged economy. In America today, 20 wealthiest people, 20 people, own more wealth than the bottom half of America, 150 million people. That is a rigged economy. Let me give you another example of what a rigged economy means. The wealthiest family in America today is who? Good, smart group. All right. Is the Walton family that owns Walmart. I don't know what they're worth. I think something around $60 billion. They're doing okay. Don't worry about them. They'll get by. Now, this is what a rigged economy is about. The Waltons who own Walmart pay their workers wages that are so low, and they're the largest private sector employer, that many of their workers are forced to go on Medicaid, food stamps, and subsidized housing. You got that? Wealthiest family pays workers wages so low. Who do you think is subsidizing the Walton family by paying taxes to make sure that people get Medicaid and food? You are. A rigged economy is when working families have to subsidize the wages of the wealthiest family in America. That is absurd. So I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. And while we have a massive level of income and wealth.
All right, guys, we're going back to Florida. We're going to go back to this Bernie Sanders event in a few minutes, but we want to take you live to Florida where officials are holding a press conference on that plane crash in Florida that we had taken you to earlier.
Please.
We received a call about 11:33 of the possibility of an aircraft that had crashed here at Peter Knight Airport. Our first unit was on scene in about 4 minutes. It was the fireboat that was out doing some training here in the port area, and they did indeed confirm that we did have at least one aircraft that was on fire on the ground and was able to describe exactly where on the property that the aircraft was located. The first arriving engine company arrived approximately 2 minutes after that and made access onto the property and started to effect firefighting procedures. And it was not a very large fire at the time. It was very easy to get under control. And then we proceeded with a search for any victims in the surrounding areas. It was confirmed that we did have 2 people who were deceased within the wreckage of the aircraft. Are there any questions?
What about a second aircraft?
That is under investigation. There's a lot of different stories that are circulating right now, and right now it'll be up to the FAA to do that investigation.
You know, men, women, children?
We do not know. We do not know the sexes, the names, or the size of the deceased at this time.
We were getting
landing, taking off, anything?
We don't know. It's under investigation.
We're getting reports of a plane that you guys might be looking for at Tampa Executive Airport.
Again, that's under investigation. Do you have anything you want to add?
Okay. Have we said what kind of plane it is or anything like that?
No, we have not.
Okay.
I think we can say it's department. If you want.
Okay. Yeah. It was a twin-engine Cessna 310-310, and I think we can confirm that it was departing. That's really all we're able to say at this point. And it's being investigated, and Emily can address, what organizations would be brought in to investigate something like that.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add other than it's going to be investigated by the FAA and the NTSB as all plane crashes are handled, and they will be the ones releasing the information as it comes today.
Do you have a tail number at this point?
We don't have a tail number.
It was granted access to take off?
I don't know that.
Did any witnesses able to tell you anything about the plane? Anybody?
I don't know.
Nobody at the airport knows? Flight plans or anything like that?
That'll all be investigated by the FAA.
Can you talk about any tower traffic or, any other planes taking off, landing, that sort of thing?
No.
Can you talk about how this airport operates, with Tampa International, what kind of control?
Well, we have general aviation airports. Peter Knight is one of them. Vandenberg is one of them. Tampa Executive. So these are part of the Aviation Authority airports. So we do control these airports, but when there's a plane crash, FAA is the one that investigates the crash.
But when planes take off and land, do they need permission?
Yes.
Did the pilot get any indication he's having trouble?
I don't know that.
FAA here yet?
I believe they're here,
Yeah, I
yes.
believe they're here, yeah. Most of your questions are very answerable. We're just very early in the investigation, so we should have answers later today. We're just trying to give you some information as quickly as we can.
Do you
So
know
we come back
exactly
here?
where the plane was taking off to, where its destination was?
Many of your questions are answerable, and
Sorry,
no,
we
should
really
know
don't.
a lot of these answers.
You're going to
Yeah.
put
A
out
little bit.
releases then later?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and
The airplanes, do they have to, are they that close together, the airports, that only one plane can take off from the airport at a time?
I can't answer that.
Well, currently Peter O'Knight is closed to air.
Currently it's closed, yes.
Any ETA as to how long that's going?
We're not sure. Best I can tell you is to follow. We'll be putting out official releases on our Twitter, which is FlyTPA. So whenever there's an update about the airfield opening up, we'll put that out.
So I just want to be clear. You can't say definitively that only one plane was involved.
We can't say that. Not at this time. There should be some more information later about that.
And you can't say again that you guys are not looking for another plane.
Can't say that, no.
Are you guys rerouting any planes from the airport to any other airport?
I'm not sure.
But the crash itself, the scene
Closed,
itself,
so.
only debris from one plane.
Yes, yes.
The twin-engine Cessna
310.
310 taking off somehow caught fire. That's all we know. What people dead. Pretty much
That's all.
But caught fire. But there was a crash, or it just caught fire.
I don't know the details of the crash. And that's going to be under investigation by the FAA. We won't be able to release that.
You said the fire was manageable. Could you describe the wreckage? I mean, was it in multiple pieces spread out, or was it?
Sure. The actual site is, the airplane is totally destroyed and was completely engulfed in flames upon arrival of the first arriving units. We do not know the circumstances on how that airplane came to be where it is. That's all part of the investigation. As all of you folks have heard stories, that's all we've heard at this time, and that's why the investigation will need to be done so that the correct information can be given out.
Any indication of anything on the plane other than 2 people?
We did not dig through the wreckage. That was left intact for the FAA to do their investigation. Okay, I think we're good.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Your title?
I'm District Chief Mark Bogish, and I'm the shift commander.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Again, guys, you just heard an update from authorities out in Florida on that plane crash that we had taken you to live earlier. We just learned from authorities that unfortunately 2 people were killed in that fiery crash. This is breaking news out of Florida. A plane crash. That plane was departing from a nearby airport. And that is pretty much all the info we know. I'm going to take you back now to that Bernie Sanders rally in Flagstaff from last night. We were showing you a replay for those of you who are not tuned into the news now last night. In case you missed it, as you may or may not know, many presidential candidates making their way to Florida this week and early next week prior to Tuesday's primary election.
They are going to get to them in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute on that one. In terms of income, what's going on in America? What's going on is that many of you are working longer hours for lower wages. Many of you are working 2 or 3 jobs, trying to cobble together some income and some health care. Am I right? Okay. So what you got in America today, in my state of Vermont, here in Arizona, all over this country, you got people working longer and longer hours. You got mom working, you got dad working, you got the kids working. What does this do? What does this do to families? It stresses out marriages, correct? Parents don't have enough time to spend with their children, and that causes other problems. So here is in the midst of all that, people working incredible hours, 58% of all new income created today is going to the top 1%. You got that? People working longer and longer hours, but the top 1% gets 58% of the income. Are you guys ready for a radical idea? Together, we're going to create an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. And let me tell you another truth that we don't talk about very often, and that is we have a criminal justice system that is broken. What this campaign is about is asking the American people to think outside of the box, outside of the status quo. Do not accept the reality that is out there just because it is out there. All right? It is not normal, it is not natural that we have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. That was created. In terms of criminal justice, it is not acceptable that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. China is a country 4 times our size. We have more people in jail than China. And those people in jail are disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American. So you know what we're going to do? What we are going to do is something just ever so radical. Instead of locking up our kids, we're going to invest in education and jobs. Right now, unemployment for young people in the Native American community, sky high. Latino community, sky high. African American community, sky high. I want those kids in school or in jobs, not in jail. This campaign is talking to ordinary Americans rather than just wealthy campaign contributors. And what workers are telling me is they cannot get by on $8 or $9 an hour. Now, I understand, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the governor here is trying to make it impossible for cities to raise the minimum wage. Is that right? Well, this governor is doing exactly the opposite of what should be happening. When somebody works 40 hours a week, that person should not be living in poverty. So I say to this governor, got some bad news for you. We're going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour all over this country. And I know that every man in this room will stand with the women in the fight for pay equity. There is no rational economic reason why women are making 79 cents on the dollar. That is old-fashioned sexism, and together we're going to change that. This campaign is listening to senior citizens. Now, this is something media completely ignores, but the reality is that we have millions of seniors in this country who are trying to get by on $11,000, $12,000 a year Social Security, and you know what? Nobody gets by on $11,000, $12,000 a year Social Security. And then in the midst of that, you got Republicans in the Senate and the House. What they want to do is cut Social Security benefits. Well, I got some bad news for them as well. We're not going to cut Social Security benefits. We're going to raise Social Security benefits. And this campaign has we have talked to young people all over the country. And we have listened to young people. And you know what young people are telling me? What they are saying is, why does it happen? Why does it happen that I end up $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in debt because I got the education that I need? Anybody here with student debt? All right. Again, what I beg of you, think outside of the box. Just think for a moment. We tell all of the young people how important education is, right? We know, all of us, that we live in a competitive global economy. We've got to have the best educated workforce in the world, right? Why then do we punish millions of people for doing what they are supposed to do, which is get a good education? Now, public education today means, and it has meant for 100 years, that public schools are available to all from first grade to 12th grade, free public education, and that's great. But all of you know, the world has changed, the economy has changed. People today need more education to get the good jobs that are out there. Is that right? All right. And the truth is that a college degree today, in many ways, is equivalent to what a high school degree was 50 years ago. And that is why I believe that when we talk about public education today, we have got to talk about making public colleges and universities tuition free. Is this a radical idea? No. This is not a radical idea. This is a much less radical idea than people who 100 years ago said that all the young people should get first grade through 12th grade. That was pretty radical. To extend that to public colleges and universities when other countries are doing it, when, shock of all shocks, 50 years ago in America, the great public colleges and universities were virtually tuition free. And furthermore, what we have got to do is to significantly lower interest rates for those who now have student debt. Too many people out there are stuck with interest rates 6, 7, 8%. They should be able to refinance at the lowest interest rates they can find, substantially lowering student debt in America. Now let me say a word about Native American communities. I think there is no debate, sadly no debate, that from day one, from the first day that settlers came to this country, the Native American people have been lied to, they have been cheated, and negotiated treaties have been broken. We owe the Native American people so much. And we are forever grateful that they have shared their culture, that they have shared their respect for the environment with us. But all of us know that the first Americans, our Native American brothers and sisters, today live in many cases on ancestral lands which they have called home for thousands of years. Others live on lands where they have been moved forcibly by federal policies throughout our history. But all too often, Native Americans have not been heard on issues that impact their communities. They have been told what to do. They have not been involved in the process. Despite the existence of negotiated treaties which coerce tribal nations into ceding, as we all know, millions of acres of their homelands to the United States in exchange for guaranteed rights, many of those rights have not been upheld. Despite past and ongoing mistreatment of Native Americans, including federally sanctioned assimilation through boarding schools, Native Americans have maintained possession of cultural and natural resources today that are the key to the Indian country's bright future. The United States government has a duty to ensure equal opportunities and justice for all of its citizens, including our first Americans. And let us be honest, again, let us be honest and acknowledge that we are not doing that today. The challenges, and I have been all over the country speaking to tribal leaders, not just here in Arizona, and this is what I have learned. Native Americans continue to face appalling levels of inequality and systematic injustice. Today in America, 1 in 4 Native Americans are living in poverty, and the high school graduation rate is 67%, the lowest of any racial demographic group. The second leading cause of death for Native Americans between 15 and 24 is suicide. And that speaks to incredible despair. Second leading cause of death for young people is suicide. 1 in 3, it's important that we lay this out because without the knowledge, we cannot go forward. 1 in 3 Native American women will be raped in her lifetime. Most of the offenders are non-Native. Most of the programs dedicated to the tribal nations are underfunded. That has led to inadequate housing, inadequate health care, inadequate education, and insufficient law enforcement. Today, Native Americans have a lower life expectancy and higher rates of uninsured than the population at large, and even those who have health coverage have difficulty accessing the health care that they need. Exacerbating the struggles of Indian country is a failure to understand and support the principles of self-determination. During my time in Congress, I have worked with other members and with the Native American communities to address the challenges facing the Native community and to create opportunities for those communities. I have recently introduced in the U.S. Senate the Save Oak Flat Act. This is the same legislation that Representative Raul Grijalva has introduced in the House. Raul, I believe, would have been here with us tonight, but the Congress is in session. And that legislation would repeal a federal lands transfer of a sacred place in Arizona given to a foreign mining corporation. The sacred places of our Native American communities cannot and must not be sacrificed for the profits of mining interests. As a senator, I have consistently opposed tar sands and fracked gas pipelines. Like the Keystone pipelines and other pipelines throughout this country. In my view, not only are these pipelines themselves causing environmental damage, not only do they stand the possibility of terrible oil spills, but ultimately, as a nation, we have got to break our dependence on fossil fuel. And move aggressively to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And you are living here in this beautiful state. You have an unbelievable natural resource. It is called the sun. The sun doesn't have oil spills. Sun doesn't have gas leaks. Sun, especially in your state, is out almost every day. Wish I could say that about my state. But you have an opportunity here to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and transform your energy to solar, to wind, to geothermal. As a nation, we need to increase tribal sovereignty and tribal jurisdiction in prosecuting criminal acts done on tribal lands, regardless of the race of the perpetrator. Tribes need increased control over tribal housing programs, and we need a major investment in Native American housing. And by the way, City of Washington has a very good football team, but it doesn't have to be called the Redskins. We need to recommit the federal government to honor the treaties and statutes that are at the core of the trust relationship. And that means having senior-level tribal appointees with access to all executive agency leadership. Washington should never act on issues of importance to the tribes without being in consultation with them. Finally, the federal government must protect Native American cultures. Tribal communities must be empowered by providing resources to protect and revitalize indigenous languages, religions, cultures, and tradition. The culture of the Native American people is so rich, is so extraordinary, that all of us will gain by preserving and enhancing that culture. Now, when we talk about the problems facing our country, and when we talk about thinking big, we have got to ask ourselves why it is that in America we are the only country, only major country, that does not guarantee health care to all people. We're the only ones. Now, the Affordable Care Act has done some good things. I'm on the committee that helped write it, and I appreciate President Obama's efforts in pushing that legislation through. But we still have 29 million people without any health insurance. And in the Native American communities, clearly health care is inadequate in many respects. We have many people, including you, some of you, who are underinsured with large deductibles and copayments, right? What kind of deductibles do we have here? 4,000? How much? 2,500. 13,000 for a large family? 13,000. All right, what does this mean? In other words, people tell you, well, we got 90% of people insured. Yeah, that's true, but you got a $13,000 deductible. That means if you don't have any money in your pocket, you're not going to go to the doctor when you should. Is that right? And you know what? We lose thousands of people a year because they don't go to the doctor when they should. They die. Furthermore, today in America, we got a pharmaceutical industry that is ripping off the American people unbelievably. Our people, you, me, all of us are paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, 29 million people uninsured, more underinsured, and yet we end up spending far more per person on health care than do the people of other countries. So let me say this so there is no ambiguity. I believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And that is why I believe that this country must move toward a Medicare for all health care system. That's right. And that's why in Vermont I'm really proud that we are the first state in the country to mandate GMO labeling. Let me say a word to our Latino brothers and sisters. You heard from a young lady before who told you a story that a young girl should not have to tell you. Seeing on television her parents arrested because they were at work. Let me be as clear as I can be. I believe that it is absolutely imperative that we take 11 million people out of the shadows, out of living in fear. And I believe, as I mentioned before, that Congress must pass comprehensive immigration reform. Right now, people are being exploited ruthlessly. That has got to stop. And let me repeat, if Congress does not do its job, I will use the executive powers of the presidency to expand what President Obama has started. And furthermore, we will put an end to what Catherine's family has experienced. We will stop the deportations of people. Furthermore, when we talk about immigration and when we talk about criminal justice, I have introduced legislation to ban private prisons and private detention facilities. Corporations should not be profiting off the misery and the detention of people in this country. Also want to raise an issue that is close to home here in Arizona, and that is the outrageous and unconscionable behavior of Sheriff Joe Arpaio. You know, some of you may have known that just the other day, my wife Jane, and you just met Jane, went to visit families in that so-called tent city. That's right. And while she was there to kind of look at the conditions that existed, while she was there to talk to some of the families who were impacted, she was met by the sheriff who kind of ambushed her. But my wife is a tough lady, and she doesn't take ambushes easy. So what she did in that brief meeting that he forced upon her, which he probably regrets now, is she asked him about racial profiling. And he didn't have an answer. She asked him about the conditions in Tent City and the other abuses that he has perpetuated, and he didn't have an answer. And you know what? He cannot have an answer because what he is doing is un-American and uncivilized. As I said before, it is easy for bullies like Sheriff Arpaio to pick on people who have no power. If I'm elected president, the President of the United States does have the power. Watch out, Joe. This type of outrageous behavior must not continue to exist in this great country. Now, we are, in the course of an election, a lot of people say a lot of things, and one of the arguments made against me is that we cannot win a general election against a Republican. Well, that's one way of putting it, I agree. So here are the facts. The facts are that virtually, not all, but almost every national poll that has Bernie Sanders running against Donald Trump has us winning by a lot. The last NBC Wall Street Journal poll had us beating Mr. Trump by 19 points. And in almost every instance, we beat Trump by larger margins than does Secretary Clinton. Now, Mr. Trump will not become President of the United States. Because the American people understand that you cannot have a president who insults Mexicans and Latin Americans. To call the Mexican people rapists and drug dealers and criminals is an outrage. To insult Muslims one of the largest religions in the world, is unacceptable. To insult women, the American people are not going to vote for a man who insults women, who insults African Americans. All of you must remember, don't forget, that a few years ago, Trump was the head, or at least one of the active people, in the so-called birther movement. What that movement was about, understand what it was about. It was an effort to delegitimize the President of the United States. In other words, it wasn't an effort to say we disagree with Obama. It was an effort to say he should not be President of the United States. That was an awful, horrific thing to attempt to do. And I have found it very interesting. President Obama's father was born in Kenya. My father was born in Poland. Now, guess what? Nobody has asked for my birth certificate. Do you think it has something to do with the fact that my skin color is different than the president's? I do. Now, ultimately, the American people will not elect Donald Trump president because they all understand, we all understand, that the history of this country, the best part of this country, is bringing people together. Black and white, Latino, Native Americans, Asian Americans, that is what makes us an extraordinary country. We learn from each other. We grow from each other. Straight and gay men and women, people born in America, people who have come to America, everybody understands that we are stronger when we stand together, and that trumps every day dividing us up as Trump would have us be. And another reason that Donald Trump will never be elected president is the American people understand something very profound. And that is that community, understanding that I have got to help you, you've got to help my children have got to help your children, that we are in this together. And that coming together, supporting each other, will always trump selfishness. And what the American people also understand is what every culture, every religion has always taught us. And that is that at the end of the day, love trumps hatred. Now, everybody who understands history understands that real and profound change never takes place from the top on down. It is always from the bottom on up. That is the history of the trade union movement, workers standing together to fight for decent wages, decent working conditions. That is the history of the civil rights movement, blacks and whites fighting together to end racism and segregation and bigotry in America. That is the history of the women's movement. Everybody knows that 100 years ago, not a long time from an historical perspective, women in America did not even have the right to vote. They couldn't get the education they wanted. They couldn't do the jobs they wanted. But women stood up and with their male allies said that in America, women will not be second-class citizens. And that is the history of the gay rights movement in this country. If we were in this room 10 years ago and somebody stood up and said, you know, Bernie, I think that we're going to have gay marriage in all states in this country, the person next to him would have said, what are you smoking? Which actually raises another important discussion. But what happened? What happened is that the gay community and their straight allies, facing incredible hatred, they stood up and they said that in America, people have the right to love whoever they want, and that has succeeded. And just in passing, let me say this. Let me get back to criminal justice and mention something to you that I should have mentioned before. One of the things that I have learned is that over the last 30 years, millions of people in this country have gotten police records for possession of marijuana. And a lot of lives have been ruined as a result. Now, right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug. That's the top of the list, alongside heroin. Now, everybody here knows that heroin is a killer drug. And we got an epidemic in my state, throughout New England, and throughout this country. Marijuana is not heroin. And that is why I have introduced legislation to take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. But here we are in 2016, and it seems to me to be incumbent upon all of us to look around, as people have throughout history, and ask whether the status quo, what we are seeing around us, is acceptable. I think the answer is no. It is not acceptable that we have seen a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires while we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any nation on earth. It is not acceptable that the middle class is disappearing while almost all new income and wealth goes to the top 1%. It's not acceptable that we are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care and paid family and medical leave. What our job now, and this is what next Tuesday is about, is to stand up and say loudly and clearly, enough is enough. We need to create a government that works for all of us, not just a handful of billionaires. We will win here in Arizona next Tuesday. If there is a large voter turnout, come on out, bring your friends and relatives. Thank you.
All right, guys, that's a replay of Bernie Sanders in Flagstaff from yesterday. In case you missed it, the video is in full on our YouTube channel. You can find that at youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. We're now going to go live to the White House where Press Secretary Josh Earnest is holding his daily briefing.
The specific goal of blocking hearings for the president's nominee. And Leader McConnell's reply was something like, the point here is to choose the next president. So it's clear that his eye is not on his constitutional responsibility. His eye is on trying to elect a Republican to the White House. Now, what's a little complicated about that is he's also said that he would run negative ads against the Republican frontrunner if he ends up being the nominee. I'll let him try to reconcile that with all of you. I think my objection is not about who the Republican nominee is in this instance, but rather the principle at stake here. The Supreme Court has long been an institution of government that we have tried to shield from the worst of our politics. And the fact is, there is a clear precedent for the United States Senate voting in a presidential election year to approve a nominee to the Supreme Court. It happened in 1988, and the reason it's relevant is because the situations were reversed. You know, people often say, well, gee, wouldn't Democrats be doing the same thing if they were in Leader McConnell's shoes? Well, the fact is Democrats were in Leader McConnell's shoes in 1988, and Democrats who had a majority in the United States Senate actually did vote to confirm President Reagan's nominee to the Supreme Court, even though it was President Reagan's last year in office, and even though in early 1988 they were in the midst of a vigorous presidential campaign. So we were just suggesting they do the same thing.
So given that this has become a hugely partisan issue, is the president going to make it a campaign issue when he's out there?
Well, I think the president's case that he'll be making on the campaign trail in 2016 in the general election will be focused on whether or not our country continues to build on the progress that we've made over the last 7 years. And again, even Leader McConnell has acknowledged earlier this year that America is better off than we were 7 years ago. And that, I think, is going to make President Obama a particularly persuasive advocate on the trail in communities all across the country. Just about any poll you take a look at, President Obama is actually the most popular politician in America. So I think Democrats are going to be pretty enthusiastic about having his support and having him make the case for Democratic leadership in Washington, D.C. Right now, based on the unprecedented partisan obstruction and refusal to govern that Republicans in the Senate have displayed, they're actually making a pretty good case for Democrats, too. Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. The New Jersey State Police have launched a campaign warning tourists about dangerous fugitives from U.S. justice, including a pair of cop killers who are living free, apparently, right now in Cuba. What's the administration's reaction to the campaign? And people are wondering, why isn't the return of such fugitives a requirement for normalization of relations?
Mm-hmm. Well, Kevin, it's certainly a priority, and we have raised our concerns with the Cuban government repeatedly that there are fugitives from American justice that have sought safe haven in Cuba, and we are seeking their return. I can tell you that there has already been a law enforcement dialogue established between our two countries to seek the return of these fugitives so they can be brought to justice. This is a priority, and again, I would just make the case some of these fugitives, including the one that I know that police officers in New Jersey are justifiably concerned about, has been in Cuba for a long time, a couple of decades, I think. And the policy that was in place before President Obama announced the change didn't get us anywhere closer to bringing that fugitive back to the United States to face justice. But the President of the United States, because of our normalization policy, has begun a dialogue between law enforcement officials in the United States and Cuba to effect the return of those fugitives. And I'm confident that over the course of the meetings that the President has with the Cuban government, that members of the U.S. delegation will be urging the Cuban government to work with us effectively to secure the return of wanted fugitives who are seeking safe haven in Cuba.
Let me ask you about encryption. Senators Feinstein and Burr are working on some encryption legislation. I'm sure you're familiar with it. They say it'll force companies to build mandated backdoors, requiring that all data be available to law enforcement in unencrypted form. Now, you may or may not have read it all. However, Senator Feinstein says that she's already provided that to Chief of Staff McDonough, given him a copy of the proposal, and that the White House will ultimately determine its fate. And I'm just wondering, in light of the President's comments at South by Southwest, do you think the White House will support this effort?
At this point, it's too early to tell. What we have committed to doing, and this is, I think, what Senator Feinstein was alluding to, the administration has committed to working with Congress to discuss these issues. These issues are complicated. Obviously, they're a top priority to the administration. The President has indicated that he believes in the robust implementation of strong encryption. At the same time, the President has also acknowledged that we need to make sure that our law enforcement and our national security professionals, within the appropriate confines of the law, can do their job to keep us safe. And I would acknowledge, as the President has, that there is some tension in those principles. And we need to resolve them. And we need to resolve them in a way that doesn't undermine the basic civil liberties and privacy protections that are critical to our country and that the President prioritizes. So we'll engage in a conversation with Congress about this, but I will repeat a skepticism you've heard me express before. There's a reason to doubt the ability of the dysfunctional Congress, particularly one that's led by Republicans who have refused to embrace their responsibility to govern, that they'd be able to handle and successfully pass legislation that would address this issue. So I'm a little skeptical that Congress is going to be able to handle this effectively, but that's not going to prevent us from engaging with them to try to help them get it right. But I'm not going to be sitting over here holding my breath that they're eventually going to do that this year.
But just to follow, you would acknowledge the, as you put it, the tension that a lot of Americans might feel about this notion of backdoors and the ability to essentially break into phones. Left unfettered in the hands of law enforcement or government?
No one is suggesting it should be unfettered.
Okay.
What we're talking about is a set of principles that apply here. And so the tension that I was referring to is the need for the robust implementation of strong encryption. And I think what also is a pretty common sense notion that our law enforcement officials have tools that are appropriately governed, including by the third branch of government, the judicial branch, so that they can do their job to keep us safe. I think the vast majority of the American people, and I think even a significant number of people who specialize in this field, acknowledge that terrorists and criminals and child pornographers shouldn't have a safe haven in cyberspace. We need to find a way that we can protect the country, protect our kids, while at the same time protecting privacy that ensures effective commerce, that ensures that individual citizens don't get hacked, that ensures that our adversaries around the world that could potentially try to disrupt operations in the United States are not able to do so. So this is complicated, and it's made only more complicated by the fact that this is a dynamic environment. Technology is always changing, and we're seeing innovation move forward. All of that's a good thing. We certainly don't want to do something that's going to stifle innovation, but we do want to make sure that we have an appropriate policy that strikes the right balance between these two critically important principles.
Just a couple more. A source familiar with negotiations to get Ben and Security Advisor Rice to testify before the Select Committee on Benghazi have announced, or rather have reported, that originally the White House declined their request. Fox News has also learned that Chairman Gowdy personally negotiated appearances for a meeting with Mr. Rhodes and Ms. Rice and members of the White House counsel's office in Charlotte back in late January. I'm curious if you are familiar with that and whether or not they actually did have conversations during that time.
Well, I will just say as a general matter that the White House and the administration has, despite what Republicans acknowledge is the pure political motivation of that committee, has sought to cooperate with them only because they're a co-equal branch of government. But we had the second highest ranking Republican in the House of Representatives acknowledge that this committee was formed and motivated specifically at driving down Hillary Clinton's poll numbers. In spite of that, we have cooperated with them repeatedly and provided them access to senior administration officials, and access to thousands of pages of documents and emails and other materials that could be relevant to their investigation. But the fact is, this is an investigation that's been going on longer than the investigations into 9/11 and the Kennedy assassination. And it is purely politically motivated, and they have not arrived at a different conclusion than the 7 other Republican-led committees that have looked into this and found that, frankly, that what happened in Benghazi was a tragedy and something that shouldn't be subjected to partisan politics.
Last one. What's the #1 goal for the president? If he were talking to you privately or to the American people publicly, his main goal for this trip to Havana is what?
I think the president is looking forward to an opportunity to try to deepen our relationship with Cuba, that we can try to facilitate more effective economic ties between our two countries. There are a number of U.S. business leaders that will be in Cuba at the same time as the president, and we're hopeful that this will facilitate more robust economic ties. The reason for that is simple. It certainly would expand economic opportunity on the island of Cuba in a way that could bring about some reforms to their economy and to their government that would be good. But it also would expand economic opportunity back here in the United States. If American farmers have more markets that they can sell to in Cuba, that certainly is going to be good for growing our economy. That's just one example. There's a reason that that over at the Chamber of Commerce here, just on the other side of the park here, they're not typically enthusiastic advocates of policies advanced by the Obama administration, but they sure are enthusiastic about this one because they recognize that there's an important economic opportunity here that is going to be good for the U.S. economy. But I don't think our goals are only economic. I think the president is looking to send a clear signal to citizens in Cuba, to citizens in the United States, and frankly to citizens throughout the Western Hemisphere, that the United States is taking the appropriate steps to begin to normalize our relations with Cuba. And there are surely more issues that we have to work through, including this issue related to criminal fugitives. But by deepening those ties and solidifying our efforts to normalize relations between our two countries, we can bring about the kind of change that we have long sought on the island nation of Cuba, and we can do it in a way that ends up being good for the American people and for the American economy. Okay? Michelle.
So now that the Belgian government has confirmed that they have captured Abdeslam, what can you say about the U.S.'s role in this operation today? Did the U.S. play some role?
Michelle, I can tell you that the United States intelligence officials and other national security officials have been working closely with French and Belgian national security officials since November to help officials in those countries safeguard their country, to track down the perpetrators of the terrible terrorist incident that occurred back in November. Obviously, the United States has deep ties to our allies across Europe, but that's particularly true when it comes to France and Belgium. And the United States does have unique capabilities that we can use. And we have shared with them a lot of information and expertise. I know that they have found that to be useful as they have conducted this investigation and taken other steps to protect their two countries. So we obviously stand with them as they confront this threat.
So since that working together has been so close, is it accurate to say that the U.S. worked closely with those authorities in this particular operation?
I don't have specific details about this particular operation to share, but I can tell you that operations like this are possible because of the long-standing commitment that this administration has demonstrated to using our resources and expertise to support the French and the Belgians as they protect their country and protect their citizens.
Okay, let's talk about some of the things that the president said in this recent interview, this last interview with NPR. Some of the words he used in describing the scenario around Garland's nomination. He used words like war zone, hurricane, circus. That was more the politics. I mean, this is the same president who a couple of weeks ago during a bilateral meeting said that he understands the political pressures that Republicans are under. He sympathizes with them. I mean, it's somebody who has gone with a filibuster in the past. So describing this as a war zone, what is that reflecting? I mean, it just doesn't really gel with him saying he had sympathy for what was going on a couple of weeks ago. Is he more frustrated now, or is it accurate to say that this is a war zone?
Well, Michelle, I don't think the president has ever had sympathy for the Republican position that the president's nominee doesn't deserve a fair hearing and a timely yes or no vote. The president doesn't have any sympathy with that position. This is a clear constitutional responsibility. It is a responsibility that every Congress since 1875 has fulfilled, which is that every Congress has given a president's Supreme Court nominee a hearing and or a vote. And what Republicans are vowing to do is unprecedented. And nobody should have sympathy for that position. And I think that is why you have seen an onslaught, another colorful word, of editorials from newspapers all across the country being harshly critical of the partisan political tactics of Republican senators who are refusing to fulfill their constitutional duty. I think what the president does have sympathy for is that those who are most deeply engaged in the politics of all of this, the people who have succeeded in ramping up the stakes of the politics in judicial confirmation battles, are going to be applying pressure to Republicans to put politics ahead of their constitutional duty. He understands that it's probably not fun for Republicans to be on the receiving end of strident Republican partisans who are suggesting that they should ignore their constitutional duties and just focus on the politics. But that's not what they were elected to do. So the president has sympathy for the fact that getting all those angry phone calls and letters is probably a little uncomfortable. But nobody forced them to take this job. This is the job they signed up for. And on their first day on the job, every single one of them put their hand on a religious scripture of one sort or another, raised their right hand, and took an oath. And that oath included a commitment, a sworn obligation to follow the Constitution. And unfortunately, right now, too many Republicans are refusing to do that.
Calling it a war zone, though, does that just add fuel to the fire? I mean, does the president really view this as a battle that could be called a war zone?
I think the president was using a metaphor. I don't think he's...
Well, we understand that.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
we haven't seen any bullets or anything.
Well, I think when Mr. Trump promises to host riots, he's not speaking metaphorically. So it's a rather unique environment that we're operating in here, so I thought I'd just clarify. But I do think that the president understands that there will be partisans on both sides who are going to be injecting themselves into the debate. And so the real question is, how are senators going to respond to that? Right now, we're seeing Republican senators respond to that by siding with their partisans over the Constitution, and I think that's why they've been subjected to such widespread criticism.
The president also this week said that taking this tack could lead to an endless tit for tat in these nominations. So by saying that, isn't he essentially saying that it's going to cause Democrats to do the same thing, but he's also decrying the philosophy behind this? But it seemed like he was saying, well, Democrats would then do this too.
I think it's certainly possible. I think we all know that. This is the shame of the whole thing, Michelle, is we have seen, Republicans like to say, well, what if the shoe were on the other foot? The shoe was on the other foot in 1988. You did have a Republican president who was advocating for the United States Senate to confirm his nominee in his last year in office. And you had a Democratic majority listening to that Republican president and actually following through. They held a vote in President Reagan's last year in office, and many Democrats, including Vice President Biden, actually voted for Justice Kennedy. They set partisan politics aside. They set aside the fact that it was President Reagan's last year, and they actually lived up to their constitutional duty. We believe Republicans should do the same thing.
How would this lead to a tit for tat, though? I mean, it seemed like the president was saying that this is going to keep happening on both sides. And when he doesn't believe in, it's like he's hitting Republicans for doing this and saying that this is a Republican thing that would happen. But he's also saying that this would lead to a tit for tat, is how he described it.
Well, I think the point that the president is making is, on what basis, if Republicans follow through on this threat, that they acknowledge is unprecedented, and that they acknowledge is being pursued for purely political reasons. That is not a claim that I or the president is making. That is what Ron Johnson, the Republican senator from Wisconsin, acknowledged.
With the president threatening back by
No,
saying
no, because the president's not going to be in office in 10 months, and the president doesn't plan to run for the Senate again. But this is what the president is saying. What possible argument could Republican senators make that Democratic senators should consider a nominee put forward by a Republican president? I don't know what it would be. The argument that they're making is that they're blocking Barack Obama's nominee because Barack Obama is a Democrat. And so that's the case. So, but there's one other aspect of this that's important, I think was relevant to your question, which is, this is sort of the debate that we had for the last 4 or 5 weeks before the president put forward a nominee. And so I think even I have to remind myself, the president has now put forward a nominee. And he's put forward a nominee that even Republicans describe as a consensus nominee. Somebody that even Republicans acknowledge belongs on the bench. Somebody who is voted to the second highest court in the land and confirmed in that role by 7 Republican senators who are still in the United States Senate. So I think you could actually make a strong case that the president actually has fulfilled his constitutional duty to appoint the right person for the job. He also has taken the kind of step that should be viewed, and I think has been viewed by many of you, as an attempt at de-escalation. The president has appointed somebody that should be easy for Republicans to support. Somebody that Republicans have previously supported in the past, somebody that Republicans have advocated for in the past, and unfortunately, Republicans haven't changed their partisan position.
So it sounds like now you're saying that the right person at the job means is indistinguishable from a consensus candidate, that was the overriding principle. And it sounded like that's what the president was saying in this interview, too.
That's not what I'm saying, and I don't think it's what the president was saying either. I think that what the president believes that Chief Judge Garland is the right person for the job because he has more experience in the federal judiciary than any Supreme Court nominee in history. And when you take a look at that long track record of experience, about 19 years now, you have a judge who has demonstrated a commitment to the rule of law and a commitment to interpreting the law and not advancing a political agenda. That's his track record, and it can be carefully examined, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to have a hearing where Republicans and Democrats will take a look at that record. That's why the president chose him. At the same time, by choosing him and by choosing somebody who Republicans have acknowledged is a consensus nominee and somebody who belongs on the court, we've also made it easier for Republicans to fulfill their constitutional duties in a way that doesn't really require them to compromise. This is somebody that they say that they strongly support. Many of them have voted for him before. They've said he belongs on the court. So just follow through and vote for the guy. Here's the thing, and I'll end with this. I wonder what Republican reaction would be. This is just a thought experiment. What would the Republican reaction be if President Mitt Romney had nominated Chief Judge Garland to this job, or some other Republican president had put forward Chief Judge Garland? Again, I would just posit that I think a lot of Republicans would continue to say that Chief Judge Garland is a consensus nominee and that he's somebody that deserves the strong support of the United States Senate. We're just asking them to follow through on that rhetoric. Okay? All right. Zeke?
Josh, going back to the Democrat, the Bernie Sanders question that Darlene asked earlier, is the president upset at all that members of his party, that both the candidates looking to succeed him here at the White House have been less than fully supportive of Judge Garland's confirmation, in the sense that they've said that, certainly Senator Sanders says he would have looked for somebody else?
Well, no. In fact, looking at the statements from both Democrats who are running for president, both of them have said that Chief Judge Garland is eminently qualified, that he would do a good job on the Supreme Court, and they have urged Republicans to hold hearings and up or down vote, and they have urged the Senate to confirm him. So,
another direction.
My point is they're very much on message. I am not questioning the fact that if you have their ranked list of Supreme Court nominees, that there may be somebody that in their mind ranks higher than Merrick Garland. They're not suggesting that Chief Judge Garland doesn't deserve to be on the Supreme Court. They think that he should, and they think that the Senate should act. But I raised this example prior to Chief Judge Garland's nomination. The question before the United States Senate is not, is Chief Judge Garland your number one pick to fill a vacancy on the Supreme Court? The president is the person that makes that decision. The president is the person that decides who's at the top of his list and puts forward that person. The Senate then considers whether or not that individual can serve with honor and distinction in a lifetime appointment on the Supreme Court. The answer to that question is unquestionably yes. I suspect that's why Republicans are refusing to even begin the process, because they don't want to be forced into a position of trying to make that decision. But my point is that Senator Sanders and Secretary Clinton are making exactly the same case that I am standing up here, which is that he's eminently qualified, that he's somebody who can be trusted to fairly interpret the law. He's somebody who understands that his job is not to advance a political agenda. And he's somebody who should be confirmed by the United States Senate because the President of the United States was elected to a 4-year term and is required by the Constitution to appoint somebody. And the United States Senate is required to offer up their advice and consent based on his qualifications. There is no reason he shouldn't be confirmed.
So we shouldn't look at statements from Senator Sanders that he would nominate somebody more progressive as a sign of him trying to distance himself from the White House. The White House wouldn't interpret it that way.
No, I certainly didn't. He's entitled to his own opinion, and if he's elected President of the United States, presumably he will have a vacancy or two that he'll have an opportunity to fill, and he'll be able to evaluate the candidates and put someone forward. But the president, the sitting president, the current president, has already done that, as required by the Constitution. He's fulfilled his duty. It's time for the Senate to fulfill theirs, and I'm gratified that we've seen both Secretary Clinton and Senator Sanders acknowledge that that Chief Judge Garland is eminently qualified, would do a good job on the Supreme Court, and they've been pretty aggressive in suggesting that the Senate should move forward.
And one quick 2016 question. Since you brought up Donald Trump's comments about riots, earlier this week you addressed Republican comments that the president was somehow responsible for the violence and the rhetoric. Do you see a role for the president? Does the president see a role for himself in trying to tone down what has become a sort of tone down some of the rhetoric around the campaign or the heated nature of the current political discourse? Does the president see a responsibility to try to, as the president, to try to make that process a little bit more peaceful?
Yeah. I think the president has acknowledged that he has this responsibility, and I think as recently as his remarks at the St. Patrick's Day celebration on Capitol Hill on Tuesday were an indication that he intends to embrace that responsibility. He mentioned this in his speech that he gave in Springfield, Illinois last month, and this even got prominent mention in the State of the Union address.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of Josh Earnest right now and go live to Idaho, where Bernie Sanders is speaking live.
And you have a vote. You want to vote against me? Fine. You want to vote for me? That's great. That is what democracy is about. Democracy is not about Wall Street and billionaires spending hundreds of millions to buy elections. Democracy is not about candidates spending half of their lives begging for campaign funds from the richest people in this country. That is not democracy. Democracy is not about the Koch brothers, the second wealthiest family in America, and a handful of other billionaires spending $900 million on this campaign cycle to elect candidates who represent the wealthy and the powerful. That is not democracy, that is oligarchy, and together we're going to change it. And I'll tell you something else. When Republican governors all across this country are engaged in massive efforts toward voter suppression, that is not democracy. That is cowardly politics. Sadly, and it's important that everybody know this, our country has one of the lowest voter turnout rates of any major country on earth. Our job is to make it easier for people to participate in the political process, to make sure we have one of the highest voter turnouts of any country on earth, not to make it harder for people to participate. And everybody here knows it is no secret what Republican efforts are about. They do not want people to be voting who will vote against them. So they make it harder for poor people or people of color or older people or students to participate in the political process. And I say to those governors, if you do not have the guts to run in a free and fair democratic election, get out of politics, get another job. So one of our goals as Americans is to empower our fellow Americans to understand that they are powerful people if they choose to exercise the power that they have in a democracy. And when we talk about this issue, I want to tell you something that I am very, very proud of. When we began this campaign, what all of the pundits and the experts said, they said, Bernie, the only way you could run a strong national campaign is to get a super PAC. We agreed with you. So uniquely in this campaign, of all the Republicans, of all the Democrats, what we said is we're not going to have we're not going to have a super PAC. We're going to go ask the middle class and working families for help. And to say that if you want us to transform this country, to have a government that works for all of us, we need your help. And you know what's happened? And this is really unbelievable. What has happened in the last 10 months is we have received over 5 million individual campaign contributions. That is more contributions than any candidate in the history of this country up to this point. Anybody here know what that average contribution is? $27. And that, my friends, is revolutionary unto itself, because it shows that you can, in fact, despite the poisoned campaign finance system we have, you can run a campaign not being dependent on Wall Street or the fossil fuel industry or the drug companies or billionaires. Now, my opponent, Secretary Clinton, has chosen to go another route in terms of raising money. She has several super PACs, and her largest one recently reported that they raised $25 million from special interests, including $15 million from Wall Street. As all of you know, Secretary Clinton has also given speeches on Wall Street for something like $225,000 a speech. Now, what I have said is that if you're going to get paid $225,000 for a speech, it must be an extraordinarily brilliant speech. It must be a speech which is mind-blowing, which addresses and solves many of the crises facing humanity. And if it is such a great speech, I think all of the American people deserve the opportunity to read it. Secretary Clinton has also said that she is prepared to make her transcripts public if other candidates do the same. So let me announce today, right here in Idaho, I am prepared to make all of my Wall Street speeches available to the public. And here they are. You got them. Now, I recognize that Idaho is a conservative state. Although it does appear that not everybody is conservative. And what I want to say, in all seriousness, to the conservative people of Idaho and the conservative people in America, that what the media tries to do is kind of divide us up and suggest that this country is hopelessly divided and everybody hates everybody else. I honestly don't believe that's true. Obviously, there are some real divisions. I mean, I, for example, am very strongly pro-choice. I think women I believe that those very personal decisions must be made by a woman and her family and her doctor, not by the government. I am very strongly pro-gay marriage. I am proud that my state of Vermont has been a leader in that effort, and I also believe, and I know it's not necessarily a popular point of view here in Idaho, that we need sensible gun safety legislation. Now, here is my point, though, and I understand that maybe a majority of people in Idaho disagree with me on those points. But here is what is extremely important to know about politics, which sometimes we forget about. Nobody agrees with anybody else 100% of the time. Okay? You just met my wife, Jane. She's a little bit smarter than I am. We don't agree on everything. Okay? And that's true for families. And that's true for society. It would be impossible to believe that everybody agrees with everybody on everything. But I think sometimes the divisions are not quite as deep as some would make out. For example, I would harbor a strong guess that the vast majority of conservatives in Idaho do not believe that our current campaign finance law makes sense. Whether you are a conservative or a progressive, most people do not believe that democracy is about billionaires buying elections. I would be willing to believe, to guess, that a vast majority of conservatives in Idaho do not believe that America should have a rigged economy in which the top 0.1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. I think that conservatives as well as progressives understand that we have a rigged economy when so few have so much, so many have so little. I would be willing to bet that most conservatives do not believe it makes sense that today, when dad is out working incredibly long hours, mom is out working long hours, kids are working long hours, that 58% of all new income generated is going to the top 1%. I would be willing to bet that conservatives as well as progressives think that there is something wrong when the wealthiest family in this country, the Walton family of Walmart, owns more wealth as one family than the bottom 40% of the American people. And I think almost all of us could agree that it is a pretty absurd situation when you have the wealthiest family in America paying wages to their employees that are so low that many of these employees are forced to go on Medicaid, food stamps, and subsidized housing. And this is what a rigged economy is about. Who is paying taxes for those food stamps and Medicaid and subsidized housing? So on behalf of the wealthiest family in America, I want to thank you for subsidizing them and for subsidizing their business. So I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. And I think most conservatives would agree that the Walton family can afford to pay their employees a living wage. And I think most conservatives understand, as we do as progressives, that there is something wrong in this country when women are making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. There is no rational economic reason for women to be paid substantially less than men for doing the same job. That is called sexism, and together we're going to change that. I think all of you have probably been reading or seeing on TV the tragedy in Flint, Michigan. And I was there a few weeks ago talking to some of the families, and it literally is beyond belief that in America in the year 2016, children are being poisoned by a disastrous water system which has enormous amounts of lead in it. But it is not just Flint, Michigan. There are hundreds of other communities in this country which have troubled water systems. In my state of Vermont, it's not water per se, it is bridges which are in massive needs of repair, roads that are rampant with potholes. We have a rail system falling further and further behind other countries. Levees and dams need enormous amount of work. We used to have the cutting-edge infrastructure in the world. That is no longer the case. And I would suggest that conservatives would agree with progressives that we have got to invest in rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure and creating and when we do that, we create 13 million jobs through $1 trillion investment. Let's think of an America where our infrastructure is cutting edge, where we have the best water systems, clean water all over this country, high quality wastewater plants, where we have the best rail system, the best airports in the world. We can do that, and we can put people back to work accomplishing that goal. And let me tell you another issue where I think there is widespread understanding in this country, regardless of one's political views. All of you are aware that 8 years ago, as a result of the greed, the recklessness, and the illegal behavior of Wall Street, this country was plunged into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Millions of people lost their jobs, they lost their homes, they lost their life savings. And then Congress came along and, against my vote, bailed out Wall Street. Now, one of the reasons that Wall Street was bailed out is because the banks were too big to fail. In other words, if they went under, they would take half of our national economy with them. But what people don't know, or many people don't know today, is that 3 out of the 4 largest banks that were bailed out are bigger today than they were when we bailed them out because they were too big to fail. People don't know that the 6 largest banks have assets of over $10 trillion, equivalent to 58% of the GDP of America. They issue 2/3 of the credit cards and 1/3 of the mortgages. 6 financial institutions. I think that most Americans, regardless of their political views, understand that is too much power in the hands of too few people. We've got to break them up. And I think that people across the political spectrum understand that it is insane that we have corporations in this country who make billions of dollars a year in profit, stash their profits in the Cayman Islands and in other tax havens, and end up paying not 1 nickel in federal income tax. So if I have my way, what we are going to do is end those loopholes, collect $100 billion a year, invest it in the infrastructure, rebuild America. The point that I am making is that, yes, there are differences of opinion between conservatives and progressives, no doubt about that. But on many fundamental economic issues, campaign finance reform, whether or not we have a rigged economy, there is a lot more consensus than many believe. Now, the other issue that I want to mention briefly is that, yes, we have a corrupt campaign finance system that's undermining our democracy. Yes, we have a rigged economy in which ordinary Americans are working longer hours for lower wages, and almost all new income goes to the top 1%. But something else is going on, and that is we have a broken criminal justice system. What this campaign is about is urging the American people to think outside of the box. Don't just look at the world the way corporate media wants you to look at it. Ask yourselves hard questions. Question, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, which is what we are today, why do we have more people in jail than any other country? Why do we have more people in jail than China, a communist authoritarian country that does not tolerate dissent terribly well and has 4 times more people than we have? We got 2.2 million people in jail. We're spending $80 billion a year to lock those people up. So in my view, we need in a very big way to reform a broken criminal justice system. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that if a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. I have worked as a former mayor and as a congressman and as a senator with the police departments all over my state and all over this country. And the vast, overwhelming majority of police officers are honest, hardworking, and are asked to do a very difficult job. It is not easy to be a police officer today, but like any other public official, a police officer must be held accountable. Second of all, we have got to take a hard look at the so-called war on drugs. Over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records for possession of marijuana. Now, I am not here, honestly, advocating for marijuana or against marijuana, but this is what I do know. Right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana rests alongside of heroin as a Schedule I drug. Now, people can argue about the pluses and minuses of marijuana, but everybody here knows that heroin is a killer drug doing massive harm in this country today. And that is why I have introduced legislation that takes marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. States have the right to legalize or not. 4 states, as you know, have legalized marijuana, but that is the state's decision. But in my view, possession of marijuana should not be a federal crime. And when we talk about reforming criminal justice, and when we talk about drugs, understand this, as I'm sure you all do. In my state of Vermont, neighboring New Hampshire, all over this country, we have an epidemic of heroin addiction. People are dying every single day from overdosing. Opiate addiction is a national crisis as well. What we need to understand is that addiction and substance abuse is not a criminal issue, it's a health issue. And that is why we need a revolution in mental health in this country. And as Sierra said at the beginning of this program, we need to make sure that health care, including mental health care, is available to all people. I want to touch on another issue which is gaining more and more support. 100 years ago or longer, very brave, foresighted people fought for public education in this country. And what they said, it was a pretty radical idea back then. What they said is that all children should have the opportunity to get an education from first grade to 12th grade, regardless of their income. That was a pretty radical idea. Because before that, what you had is the children of the wealthy were getting a great education. The children of the working class or the poor were working on farms or in factories. And families said, no, that's not right. Every kid in this country is entitled to a quality public education. But, as all of you know, in the last 30, 50 years, the world has changed. Our economy has changed. Technology has changed the world. We live now in a highly competitive global economy, and we need to make sure that our people have the best education possible to compete in that global economy. So it seems to me that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, it's not good enough to simply be talking about first grade through 12th grade. We have got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, some people say, well, this is a radical idea. It is not a radical idea. The world has changed. In many respects, a college degree today is equivalent to what a high school degree was 50 years ago. 50 years ago, you had a high school degree. You know what? You were in pretty good shape. You can go out and get a good middle-class job. By and large, that is not the case today. And let me tell you something else. Other countries around the world understand this. In Germany, college is free. Scandinavia, college is free. And here's something that some of you may not know. 50 years ago in the United States of America, most of the great public universities and colleges were virtually tuition free right here in America. Now, and the other part of that equation is the issue of student debt. How many people here are dealing with student debt? Whoa. Okay. Now, again, what I would ask of you, think outside of the box. Think outside of the status quo. Don't take for granted that what happens is normal. Ask yourself this question. Everybody in America understands how important education is. There's no debate about that. And throughout young people's lives, what they are told is, you got to go out and get the best education you possibly can. It's good for you. It's good for the country. And then people come up to me and they say, Bernie, why is it that when I graduate college, I'm $30,000, $50,000 in debt? Why am I being punished for getting an education? And those people, by the millions, are absolutely right. And that is why, as part of our legislation, we are going to give people with student debt the opportunity to refinance that debt at the lowest interest rates they can find. Now, people then say, people aren't willing to think outside of the box. People who do not choose to think big, they say, well, Bernie, you want to make public colleges and universities tuition free. You want to lower student debt. That's an expensive proposition. They're right. It is about $70 billion a year. It's a lot of money. How are you going to pay for it? I will tell you how we pay for it. We pay for it by imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation. Remember, why is it a radical idea to say that young people in this country have a right to get all of the education they need without going into debt, but it was not a radical idea for the Congress to bail out the crooks on Wall Street? So if the American people can bail out Wall Street in their time of need, now it is Wall Street's time to help the middle class of this country. Let me touch on another issue. You know, often I am asked, which issue is the most important issue? And you can't give an answer to that, because all of these issues are hugely important. And here is an issue that is not only important to our country, but to the entire world. I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment. And I have talked to scientists all over our country and all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already doing devastating harm in our country and around the world. And here is what the scientists also tell us, and it is pretty scary stuff. What they tell us is if we do not get our act together in the very near future, if we do not transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy, this planet, by the end of this century, could be between 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. Now you may think that's not a whole lot. That is an unbelievable change in the planet's climate. And what that will mean, according to the scientists, more drought, more floods, more extreme weather disturbances, more destruction and acidification of our oceans, and all that that means. It will mean rising sea levels and the flooding of coastal regions. It will mean more international conflict as people around the world fight over limited natural resources. Now, I want to again throw out an issue to you which the media doesn't talk about much, but we need to understand. How does it happen when the scientific community is virtually unanimous on this issue that not one Republican candidate for president is willing to acknowledge the truth about climate change. And the answer to that is not that Republicans can't read. They read just fine. And I'll tell you something, this is interesting. I sit on a number of committees, and all the committees, Democrats and Republicans. And we talk about health care, Republicans are there. When we talk about diabetes, when we talk about Alzheimer's, when we talk about cancer, they are interested in these issues. They ask as good a questions as anybody else does. But when it comes to climate change, suddenly they cannot tell the truth. And this gets back to a point I made earlier. That is what a corrupt campaign finance system is about. Because if a Republican came here to Idaho Falls and said, you know what, I've talked to the scientists, this climate change is real, we got to do something, on that day, that candidate would lose his campaign funding from the Koch brothers and the fossil fuel industry. Now, let's stop fracking. That's right, too. I mean, and one of the differences between my Democratic opponent and myself is I am very clear. I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming that fracking has caused enormous problems to water systems all over this country. We can't afford to do that. We got a potential water crisis in this country, and we've got to do everything that we can to keep our water clean. Now, let me say a word or two about the rather unusual situation in the Republican Party. And let me say a word or two about my good friend Donald Trump. Just kidding, he's not my good friend. In fact, I never even went to one of his weddings, I just never did. But let me tell you a couple of things. One of the criticisms made of our campaign is people say, well, Bernie's a nice guy, he's got interesting ideas, he combs his hair fantastically. But despite that, he can never win a general election against the Republicans. So let me just tell you this. In virtually every poll that has come out in the last several months, we defeat Donald Trump, and we defeat him big time. There was a NBC Wall Street Journal poll came out about a week ago. We were defeating Trump by 18 points. Now, you don't know me that well, but if you did, what you would know is I've never run a negative TV ad in my life. I don't go around, I don't go around telling people that my opponents are all dummies or terrible, awful people, and I'm the only good candidate. I never do that because, A, nobody believes that stuff, and it's just not the right thing to do. But I'm going to make an exception today. Because I think it is important to talk about Donald Trump, who stands, we think, a reasonable chance of becoming the Republican nominee. And I'm going to tell you why I think Trump will never be elected President of the United States. For a start, and I got to tell you, I just don't do this often. I don't make these attacks against opponents. But the truth is that Donald Trump is a pathological liar. Now, in politics, it is important to understand. You know, I'm perhaps the most progressive member of the U.S. Senate. I have friends who are conservatives. They believe what they believe. Doesn't mean to say they are liars. They believe what they believe. That's called democracy. But this is what Politico is, a newspaper in D.C. And this is what they said. They said that Trump, and I quote, made more than 6 statements deemed mischaracterizations, exaggerations, or simply false, equating to roughly 1 misstatement every 5 minutes on average. There is another group out there, it's called PolitiFact, and their job is to check up on politicians. And they're not always right, by the way, but this is their job. Is a politician saying something that's accurate or not? PolitiFact looked at 112 statements made by Donald Trump. They rated 78% of these statements false, mostly false, or what they call pants on fire. Really, really big lies. And again, this is not, people can disagree about ideas. But you cannot have a president whom the American people cannot trust when he speaks. Let me just give you a few examples, and we could go on for many hours. I'm going to make it short. Few examples of some of the outrageous lies that Trump has stated. He stated that he watched, quote, thousands and thousands, end of quote, of Muslims cheering in New Jersey when the World Trade Center collapsed on 9/11. Well, he saw it on television. The only problem is nobody else in America saw it on television because it never was on television. It is a lie. Donald Trump said that, quote, the Mexican government forces drug dealers and criminals into this country. Last month, Donald Trump said he, quote, didn't know anything about David Duke, the former leader of the Ku Klux Klan, who recently endorsed Trump. PolitiFact rated that a pants-on-fire lie. Trump has criticized Duke's racist views at least 4 times in the past. Of course he knew David Duke. 2011, Trump claimed that President Obama's grandmother said he was born in Kenya. That's a lie. President Obama's grandmother said that he was born in Hawaii. On and on it goes. But it goes beyond that. The truth is that the American people will not elect a president who insults Mexicans and all of Latin America. They will not elect a president who insults Muslims. They will not elect a president who insults women. Who insults African Americans. Now remember this. Donald Trump was one of the leaders in the so-called birther movement. And that was a very, very vicious and dangerous movement because what it was not saying we disagree with Obama. What they were saying is that what they were trying to do is delegitimize the presidency of Barack Obama by saying that he was not eligible to be born in America. And that is an awful and dangerous thing to do. Now, I have found it very interesting on the campaign trail. You know, the president's father was born in Kenya. My father was born in Poland. Nobody has asked me for my birth certificate. You think it might have something to do with the color of my skin. Everybody in this room knows that real change never takes place from the top on down. It always takes place from the bottom on up. And that is the history of the trade union movement in this country. It is the history of the civil rights movement in this country. It is the history of the women's movement in this country. People forget 100 years ago, women did not have the right to vote. They couldn't get the education they wanted. They couldn't do the work they wanted or get the jobs they wanted. But what happened is women and their male allies stood up and fought back and said that women will not be treated as second-class citizens. And that is the history of the gay movement in this country, where very courageous people taken on a whole lot of hatred. The gay community and their straight allies said that in America, people have the right to love whoever they want. And today we are in a pivotal moment in history. We are in a moment, in my view, where we have got to look out around this country and understand that the status quo is not working. It needs fundamental change. Please don't tell me that the United States has to be the only major country on earth that doesn't provide guaranteed paid family leave. Don't tell me that the United States has to be the only major country that doesn't guarantee health care to all. Don't tell me that young people have to go deeply into debt because they wanted a decent education. Don't tell me that the United States should have more income and wealth inequality than any other country, while at the same time we have the highest rate of childhood poverty. We can change America, but the only way we change it is when millions of people stand up and fight back. And that is what the political revolution is about. On Tuesday night, here in Idaho, you can show the world that this great state is prepared to go forward and help lead this country into a political revolution. Let's do it. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody, that was Bernie Sanders live in Idaho Falls, Idaho. We'll be seeing much more of Bernie Sanders as he is coming back to the Valley this weekend. We're head on over to fox10phoenix.com for the latest details on that. We expecting a lot of politicians this weekend here in Arizona. Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, Bernie Sanders once again, even Bill Clinton. So it's going to be a big, big weekend here for politics in Arizona, as Tuesday is our big primary.
Told you.
I have a couple of quick ones on the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Can you say whether the White House gave a courtesy heads up to either the Clinton or the Sanders campaign after the president settled on Judge Garland as his nominee?
I obviously cannot account for all the phone calls to the White House, but my understanding is that that we had obviously made it a concerted effort to inform members of the United States Senate, particularly those who serve on the Judiciary Committee and those who serve in leadership, prior to the President making a formal announcement. I'm not aware of any plan to give either of the Democratic presidential candidates a heads up. So I feel confident in telling you that they learned about the news from news reports. But your news reports were extensive prior to the President formally making his announcement.
Secondly, would the president withdraw Garland's nomination if either Sanders or Clinton win the nomination, are elected in November, and ask him to withdraw the nomination so they can appoint someone more to their liking?
Yeah. Your colleague John Carl asked about this on Wednesday, and I'll repeat what I said then, which is that the president believes strongly that Chief Judge Garland is the right person for this job. This is a substantial responsibility that that President Obama has asked Chief Judge Garland to take on. A lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land is significant, and but again, Chief Judge Garland has demonstrated a commitment to the rule of law and an understanding that a judge's responsibilities are to interpret the law, not to advance a political agenda. That is why Chief Judge Garland has been described by Republicans as a consensus nominee. Chief Judge Garland has more federal judiciary experience than any other Supreme Court nominee in American history. The President is proud to have nominated him, and the President will stand by him and urge the United States Senate to confirm him promptly. There's no good reason that anybody can articulate that that the Senate should delay consideration of his nomination until the lame duck. That would be irresponsible. Senator Lindsey Graham described it as unprecedented, and it shouldn't happen. It's not the right thing for the country, and it would represent an escalation of partisan politics when it comes to a branch of government that we actually go to great lengths to try to protect from partisan politics.
So is that a no?
That is the President stands by his nominee and believes that the Senate should confirm him as soon as possible. And I cannot imagine a scenario where the President would withdraw his support from his nominee.
Lee, this week is Sunshine Week, and would you comment on the administration apparently setting a record for the number of times it told people, citizens, journalists, and others that they couldn't find files that were requested under Freedom of Information laws?
Well, I hadn't seen that statistic. What I can tell you is that this administration has gone to great lengths to make the United States government, and this administration in particular, more transparent than any other. There are a variety of ways to evaluate that. I think the most relevant one, given the intense focus on FOIA requests, is that in 2015, fiscal year 2015, the administration processed 769,903 requests. I'd point out that is 769,903 more FOIA requests than were processed by Congress. Congress writes the rules, and they write themselves out of being accountable to the Freedom of Information Act request process. And as advocates for transparency, I hope that all of you will continue the pressure that you have applied to Congress to encourage them to subject themselves to the same kinds of transparency rules that they insist other government agencies follow.
Given that number, though, that you all have set a record for the number of times you told people you couldn't find what they wanted, how do we know that FOIA officers in the administration are being diligent about trying to find what it is that people are asking them, people are looking for?
Well, and one way to evaluate that is that for 7 straight years, the government agencies have released records in full or in part for more than 91% of FOIA requests that have been processed for disclosure. I think that's an indication that that government officials work diligently to be responsive to requests from the media and the public. And I suspect that that these statistics would be even better if Congress were also in a position to provide necessary funding to complete these activities. And we'd obviously welcome additional support and additional resources being appropriated by Congress for these kinds of important activities. Okay. All right. Tim.
Just on the Supreme Court, following up on a question by Darlene yesterday about senators are going back home for 2 weeks. What would the White House like to see happen among constituents and groups, considering the next term, Supreme Court term starts in October?
Yeah. Well, you heard an opportunity. You had an opportunity to hear directly from the president on Wednesday about this, who suggested that members of Congress, members of the Senate, should take the next couple of weeks while they're enjoying a spring break to consider their constitutional responsibilities and to consider whether or not they're comfortable with taking orders from Republican leaders in Washington as opposed to taking orders from the Constitution and the American people. Presumably, it shouldn't take 2 weeks to figure out the answer to that question, but maybe away from all of the clamor and debate in Washington, D.C., it'll be easier to arrive at that conclusion. That certainly is what we hope Republican senators will do. I would anticipate that over the next couple of weeks that you will hear members of the public who do share the president's passion for this issue make clear what they hope their elected representatives in Washington will do. But ultimately that will be up to those groups and those individual American citizens to determine how and whether to make their voices heard.
There's been talk that they'll hold up signs saying, "Do your job." Is there anything else they could do that would be effective?
Well, again, there are presumably there are people who are thinking about this a little bit more than I am, but obviously, we're going to continue to make a forceful, principled case that the United States Senate should fulfill their constitutional duties. The president took quite seriously the constitutional duties that he has to carefully consult with Congress and to carefully consider the record of a wide variety of individuals and then put forward the person that he believes could best fill the vacancy on the Supreme Court. I think by all accounts, the president took that responsibility quite seriously and has nominated somebody that should not be subjected to the kind of political gamesmanship that we're seeing from Republicans right now. The president has put forward somebody that Republicans acknowledge should be on the bench, somebody who would be and is a consensus nominee. And those aren't quotes from ancient history. Those are quotes from earlier in this presidency. So it's time for Republicans to take advantage of this opportunity to put their responsibility to govern ahead of their political calculations.
And switching to North Korea, the firing of the first mid-range missile. Does the White House have reaction to this? And there were the new sanctions this week from the White House. Could one argue that sanctions are not effective?
Well, let me start by saying that we are aware of reports that North Korea did conduct a couple of launches into the Sea of Japan. The United States, as we always do, is closely monitoring the situation on the Korean Peninsula. Launches using ballistic missile technology are a clear violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. North Korea should refrain from actions that further raise tensions in the region and focus instead on taking concrete steps toward fulfilling its international commitments and obligations. As you point out, the United States has worked assiduously with the international community to apply additional pressure and to further isolate an already deeply...
All right, folks, we are going to go to a live event happening right now, John Kasich Town Hall.
That includes imposing on North...
First, why? I have been close to the presidency over many years. As most of you will know, I've served the president in 2 cabinet positions. I've been involved in presidential campaigns dating back to Ronald Reagan. I know the weight of that office. I have been present when remarkably difficult decisions had to be made. And I know it requires a person of sober judgment, temperance, of experience. I have observed John Kasich and know him to be such a man. I worked with him when he was the chairman of the Budget Committee, and this country balanced its budget the last time. He is a man of great experience, and he has Jackie and my full support and enthusiasm, as I know he does yours. About presidential politics that I have learned over many years in many presidential campaigns. The first is that I believe that no candidate in this race will achieve 1,237 delegates prior to the convention. And it will not be the first time this has occurred. You may not know that it has occurred 10 times in the Republican Party and 16 times in the Democratic Party. What you may not know is that in the 16 times it happened in the Democratic Party, that the person who occupied the lead position going into the convention out of the 16 won 7 times. Meaning that 9 times a person who may not have been the leading candidate going into the convention won. In the Republican Party it has happened 10 times, and of those 10, the person who occupies Donald Trump's president position won only 3. Such a vital role, and it is that this party needs to elect a president. This party needs a candidate who can, in fact, and will, in fact, beat Hillary Clinton and become the next president of the United States.
I mean, this guy is really something. For those students who are here, if you don't go
down and spend time talking to him, you don't know how to prepare for the next phase of your life, because this guy is really something. He's a brilliant man. He served his country in an incredible way, and of course, the governor of Utah, right? I mean, he is absolutely the best, and he's a visionary. He's absolutely a visionary, and I just can't thank him enough for his support. But how about a great round of applause for my friend? And the reason why we are late is it took us, I think, 5 hours to get here. We faced all this wind, and we had to divert, and we went to Tulsa instead of where we were going in Colorado, and then we, on the way over here on the airplane, I want you to know, I got a chance to watch The Martian. It was a really cool movie. Yeah, it was really cool. You get to watch some of those movies, and so I watched 2 very interesting movies lately. One is Everest, where nobody thought they could climb to the top, and it's just one step after another. And I don't know, but in the movie The Martian, they caught that guy in space, just like the voters in the Republican Party are going to catch me and allow me to be the nominee. I want to tell you, coming here, as we were watching the movie, one of the people sitting next to me said, "Open the window." And I opened the window shade, and it was unbelievable when I saw the Lord's creation, which never ceases to take my breath away. It never ceases to amaze me as I look at all those high peaks with the snow-covered mountains. And then, you know, in some respects, it reminded me of this battle for the nomination of the party. When I looked, I could see the really high, tall peaks that stood out and shone like a beacon. And do you know what's behind those peaks? Way down in the valley. I like to live on the peaks. I don't like to live in the valley of American politics. I want you all to understand that. I think you all know by now that what I like to say, except for the fact that at times I have to point things out that people need to hear. And that's not, that doesn't take away from the philosophy of never taking the low road to the highest office in the land. I'm going to continue to run a positive campaign. A couple of things. Again, I want to apologize for being late. I don't like to be late and keep any of you waiting. But let me say a couple things up front, then we'll spend a little bit of time on politics, and then we'll go to you. And what I have found in our country as I've traveled, that maybe to some degree, people have lost confidence in their ability to change the world. For some reason, I don't know if it's because of the growth of big government, that many people have sensed that, well, you know, what can I do? I'm just one little person here, and everything else is so big. You know, I know that the people of this state believe in the fact that I think you all believe that the Lord has made every single person special. You know, no one has ever been made like you. No one will ever be like you again. That's what my wife says. That's really great, John. But the fact is, we have certain gifts. And those gifts are supposed to be used. And for the young people that are here, because I know many of you will go on these missions, the fact of the matter is, by finding your gifts and going out and healing the world is part of a community that knows that we can make a difference. That's how you find satisfaction in life. And that's how you change the world. And you know, just popping into my head right now is, are people in Utah changing the world? Well, I went to Welfare Square. I mean, they're trying to change the world one person at a time. You know, you don't have to change them a million at a time. You change them one person at a time. You know that as I've traveled the country, I've talked about the bishop's warehouse, storehouse. I've talked about welfare square. I've talked about individuals trying to help other individuals get on their feet. With the great tradition that it is a sin not to help somebody who needs help, but it's equally a sin to continue to help somebody who needs to learn how to help themselves. And believe that the spirit of our country doesn't rest in the Mike Leavitt's or the John Kasich's or, yeah, we get hired. We should go do our job. The President of the United States, he or she should do their job. That's what you hire us for. The members of the United States Senate, the members of the House, unfortunately, for whatever reason, they haven't been doing their job. And the country has drifted. And in many parts of this country, people are frustrated. And they're frustrated, number one, because they're not certain about the security of their jobs. Number two, their wages haven't gone up, it seems like, for 100 years. And number three, it used to be if you put your money in a bank, you actually get paid by the bank for using your money, called interest. And then they were always concerned about it, increasingly concerned about the kids. Are we going, the great American legacy? Our kids do better than what we got from our parents. Each generation does a little bit better. And they're very concerned about this. And some of them are very angry. Part of this comes from politicians that made promises that were just silly. Mike, they ran in 2014 and they said they were going to repeal Obamacare. Now, I don't know whether you remember this or not, but the president's name is Obama. And that's his signature legislation. You see, and there was no way they were going to be able to repeal that with him sitting in the White House, and yet they promised they would do it. And when it didn't happen, they got angrier and angrier. You know what part of the problem is when politicians promise things they can't deliver. It grows cynicism. Be careful that the promises you make can be kept. Maybe once in a while you'll fall short. But you have to be square with the people. Don't be trying to get them all fired up and excited by promising something that's not likely to happen. Now, can we repeal Obamacare with a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and the President? And can we restore it or exchange it with a system that's going to drive complete transparency on a market-driven principles? Yeah, we can. We can do that, but we can't. So what is the answer to these concerns that people have about their families, their kids' future, and about their wages, and the purpose of what politicians can do to create an environment for jobs? I tell you, it's actually pretty simple. Now, just a little bit about me. I come from a blue-collar Democrat town, where if the wind blew the wrong way, people found themselves out of work. My father carried mail on his back for 29 years. His father was a coal miner. He died of black lung while he was losing his eyesight. My mother's mother could barely speak English, and my mother was the only one of the four to ever graduated from high school. We're told that they didn't really get any farther than the 8th grade. And I came to realize that fulfilling the purpose that the Lord has given us many times is reflected in work, in what we do in our jobs. Because we were meant to work. We were created to work. And frankly, to work in such a way that we can bring a healing in whatever way we can. So, work is so critical. And I've always felt that the single greatest moral purpose I have is to create an environment where job creators can excel, where job creators are confident that they can take actions that will increase the number of jobs, or people who have this desire to even create businesses can have an opportunity to do that. It basically takes 3 or 4 things. It's not that complicated. Number one is you can't have regulations that kill small business. I guarantee you there are people in this room who are going to start businesses. I know it. Entrepreneurship is alive and well in the state. I don't know if they teach it in high school or teach it in college, or somehow you all get it. That you don't have to work for somebody else, that you can create your own business and have somebody work for you. That's a good thing. And if you have a business and they overregulate it, they will kill small businesses, which is the most important engine of job creation in our country. So you cannot overregulate. And you have to have doesn't mean you don't have any regulations, of course you do. But they have to represent common sense and a reasonable approach, understanding that the job creator can be put out of business and the people in our family will lose their jobs or not gain a job. Number two, you have to always have lower taxes. The reason why you want to have lower taxes is because it drives the country from the bottom up. When we have more power in our pockets, there's more we can do rather than taking our money and send it to somebody out in Washington, D.C. It's OPM, it's other people's money, they'll squander it. So by cutting taxes for both business and for individuals, we spur economic growth. And finally, or thirdly, I would say, we need to have a fiscal pact, to fiscal responsibility and a balanced budget. And we're now almost 19 trillion. Well, we are 19 trillion in the hole, on our way to 20. We now spend about $225 billion a year paying interest on the debt. Now, I'm not promising you this, but what I would say is if we took $100 billion and helped to ease your student loans, you'd kind of like that instead of spending money to pay for people, politicians that can't control their spending. Am I right? We need workforce. We need to make sure in our K through 12 and our higher education that we are training young people for the jobs that exist today and retraining people who are currently working for the jobs that may be coming. Those things will work, and let me explain to you why. When I was in Washington, I spent 10 years of my life to get us to a balanced budget, and it was very hard to do. And the reason it was hard to do is because you step on every toe. That's why the establishment is so much in love with me, because I really didn't care what they said. I said, we've got to fix this. And they're there to kind of protect things as they are. And I said, no, it won't work that way. When we got the plan on the table to balance the budget and cut the capital gains tax and gave the family tax credit, we started to explode, and we got to a balanced budget for the first time since man walked on the moon. We paid down $500 billion of the publicly held debt, and we had balanced budgets for 4 straight years. And you mark my words, Hillary Clinton will campaign this fall on the Clinton economy. All right, Mike? She's going to go around and say her husband did it. I'm going to tell you who did it. It was the troublemakers led by Newt Gingrich, me as Budget Committee Chairman, the Republicans in the House and the Senate who hadn't been in charge in 40 years, who created a dynamic for economic growth and forced surplus, and I left the government. I didn't want to be in the government anymore. And I went back home, and my friend said, now that you and your buddies are leaving Congress, they're going to spend that surplus. I said, you can't possibly spend $5 trillion. You'd have to get up every day and think about how to do it. And you know who spent it all? You think the Democrats, don't you? The Republicans controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. And let you in on a little secret. Democrats love to spend. Republicans love to spend too. They just feel guilty when they do it. That's why we need a balanced budget. just it's goofy, okay? It's a goofy business. But I got a call. Anybody ever got a call? I didn't get a phone call. I didn't get a text. I just got a call. Who in here has ever had a call? Huh? You had a call. A lot of people here have had a call. And you just can't ignore it, you know? You remember when Jonah got a call, and he ran the other way, all hell broke loose, okay? So I've always figured that when you get a call, you got to respond to it. And the call was to me. I felt it. You've got to go back. Your state is dying. You have the tools. So let me tell you about Ohio. You don't know much about Ohio. You don't think you see, we have Ohio State, and we got great football and all that. And you think about Ohio, you think about cows and steel. Okay? Well, when I went in, we had lost 350,000 families were on hard times. We were 20% of our operating budget in the hole, $8 billion in the hole. And the credit agencies told me they were going to downgrade us, they were going to cut off our credit cards. And everybody thought that our best was really behind us. So using that formula of common sense regulations, lower taxes, and balancing the budget, let me tell you where we are today, because I just got our latest jobs report. In the five and a half years that I've been governor, we have gone from a loss of 350,000 jobs, and today we have grown private sector jobs by 417,000 families. We were $8 billion in the hole, and now we're $2 billion in the black. Our credit has improved. Our credit outlook has improved. Our pensions are secure. Our wages are growing faster than the national average. And we've really left no one behind. And by leaving nobody behind, I don't believe that the mentally ill ought to be sleeping under a bridge or living in our prisons. I think the drug addicted in our prisons and release them into the community, we have an 80% success rate that they will never have. And we're trying to help the working poor so that a mom with a couple kids who gets a pay raise, she can't take it because she loses her child care. We're changing that to encourage the working poor to take a raise, to take a promotion, and be able to escape poverty so she can have a better life for herself and for her children. Is not an end unto itself. This last thing I want to tell you, then we're going to go to questions. I want to take this whole formula back to Washington. But one of the most important things that we have to do is to shift power, money, and influence out of that big bureaucracy back to where we live. I believe that the education programs should be returned to the states. The welfare programs should be returned to the states. Programs returned to the states, health care for the poor sent back to the states, and job training. And you want to call somebody in Washington and figure out how you need to train people in Utah? That's about as absurd as it gets. And it's interesting, because Mike Levitt had a lot of influence on me on this. And I said, Mike, what if we send it out there and things don't work the way they should? He said, well, let me tell you something, Governor. The people of Utah, the people of Ohio, have a better chance of getting their hands around the ears of their state representatives, state senators, and their governor than they have to be able to address their grievances at the federal level. And he's exactly right, and we will learn from one another, and that is the beginning of shifting power out of that town. And Mike, you're absolutely right, and we will not hesitate to get that done with a plan that will be presented to the Congress in the first 100 days. the only one who really wants to take lots of questions from the folks. And now's your chance to say whatever you want. I've done a lot of town hall meetings, ma'am, and they've all been pretty good. So let's not blow this one.
Okay, you've spoken sometimes about the Lord and religious things. Personally, how religious are you? I mean, do you attend weekly or?
Well, first of all, I try not to wear this stuff on my sleeve. But I do believe that there is a creator. But you know what? Somebody asked me, well, why don't you talk about God where you can get more votes? I said, by using God to win a vote? I mean, I want to have a nice view of the golf course when I get up there, okay? And I'm not going to cheapen God. And all I can tell you is I think the most important thing about faith to me is you have a foundation. And, you know, terrible things come. They're inevitable in life. Michael Novak, the great Catholic theologian, says, and I think he quoted from someone else, that life is but a vale of tears, and sometimes it can feel that way. Faith in a higher power doesn't solve that. All that faith in a higher power does is, I think, allow you to build your home on granite rather than on sand. But I'm not going to get into. If you want to know how I feel, I wrote a book called Every Other Monday, and it'll explain it to you, and I don't want to use it. Okay, I'm doing the best I can down here. And let me just also say, I will vote myself the most flawed man in here. The only good thing about the way it works is I get a mulligan every day. Okay, I get a mulligan. I get a mulligan every day to get up and do a little bit better. So.
Sir, I would like to see the Republicans insulted. We were at war. And in order to conduct the war, you had to please the Democrats. And so that money was spent. We also had 9/11, and they had to defend us all across the country. That had a lot to do with money that was spent by the Republicans. So that's one thing. Number two, I was a Rubio person because he stood with Iraq. He knew why we were there and what we accomplished and what we would have accomplished if we had stayed there. And I want to know where you stand there, because that tells me about your wisdom in handling public, the defenses. Jobs don't count for anything if we're not defended.
Wow, that's pretty good. That's been sticking in the craw for quite a while. Well, number one, the Republicans spent money like a drunken sailor on everything. Okay, they never had a veto there until like the 7th year of the Bush administration. Okay, they just everything they. I'm saying to tell you this, but it's true. And they're spending a lot of money now. They just broke their own targets again. You know why it happens? Because people want to go home and they want to be liked. Even in my state, when we started to run these surpluses, you couldn't believe the pressure on us to spend more money. And I have a Republican-controlled legislature. The reason why it happens is because people want to make people happy. They want to make everybody's got a special interest in this country. The key is who stands in the breach. Who says that if we do all this, we're not going to be able to grow. We're not going to be able to get our spending under control. We have a lot of Republican governors that are, they're struggling to try to get their budget solidified because there's so much pressure to spend. And it's not like they're bad people or anything. It's just that you can lose your way, and it takes a leader to say, no, we're not going to do that, because if we cave on that, guess what happens? The economy gets hurt and people lose their jobs, okay? Number one. Number two, I served on the Defense Committee for 18 years. And when we had 9/11, Secretary Rumsfeld called me to the Pentagon to meeting with the former Secretaries of Defense to discuss our problems. And I was there. And by the way, when I was there was a man there, former Secretary of Defense, national security advisor. His name was Brzezinski. And his daughter's on Morning Joe. She's a very nice lady. And her father was in this meeting, and he looked over at Rumsfeld and he said, would you tell the president to stop saying dead or alive? That we want bin Laden dead or alive. Dead or alive just is incendiary. And Kissinger was sitting across the table from him. And he looked at Rumsfeld and he said, I agree. We don't want bin Laden alive. But anyway, so here's the situation. With Iraq, the first war in Iraq was an amazing situation because the Muslim Arabs supported the West, and we went as a unified group to push Saddam out of Kuwait, okay? I actually went there after the war and even saw the oil fields that were still on fire. The Egyptian ambassador to the United States went to the Rose Garden and announced the support of our Arab friends who would work with us. Now let's talk about the second Iraq War. The second Iraq War was predicated on the fact that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, okay? He didn't have them, okay? There is no way that I would have ever gone back there a second time because it would have gotten us in the middle of the Civil War. And here's what's interesting. George Bush the first, the dad, you might recall, those who are young here will study it, but those who were older here remember that when we pushed Saddam out of Kuwait, our armies were advancing towards Baghdad. And people said, why didn't we go all the way to Baghdad and throw Saddam Hussein out? We didn't finish the job. But you see, we did finish the job. Because had we gone farther, we would have had ourselves in the middle of a civil war. Civil wars are not something that America should involve itself in directly. Okay? Ronald Reagan supported the U.S. involvement in Lebanon. Now, I don't know how much you know about Lebanon, but you can't even figure out all the people that are fighting one another. There's so many of them. And we had a vote as to whether U.S. Marines should stay in Lebanon, and I voted no. Because I learned over time, and I was a very young man at the time, talk about pressure, I was 30 years old, and Reagan was my hero. Well, you know what happened in Lebanon? They blew up our Marine barracks, they killed hundreds of Marines, and we left. You see, civil wars are a place where we should not involve ourselves. And you have to remember, when we say involve ourselves, we're talking about men and women who we stick in harm's way. So I believe that, for example, ISIS now, they need to be destroyed. And they need to be destroyed with the same coalition that we saw in the first Gulf War. The Arabs and the West fighting together both in the air and on the ground and destroy ISIS. And then, once it settles down, I'm for coming home. I don't want to rebuild any of it. So I think we have to be very, very careful. I wanted to tell you about Afghanistan. That can't go on forever. I mean, we're putting our resources and our flesh and blood over there for how long? I mean, at some point, they got to fight for themselves. And we've got to give them the equipment and the training to do it, and most particularly, they need some aircraft to support their ground forces. And if in fact we see Al-Qaeda or ISIS or anybody else gathering, we can use special forces to take them out. But a state that lasts forever is not smart for us. We will wear our people out. That does not mean that we're not aggressive, but our interests are at stake. And that's exactly how I feel about the need to destroy ISIS. Let me tell you the other thing I believe we need. We need shared intelligence around the world. They just caught one of the main fugitives today, thank God, over in Belgium. They finally caught him. In the world, we can take lemons and turn it into lemonade. Let me tell you why I say it. The Egyptians know they have a problem. The Saudis know they have a severe problem. The Jordanians know that the radicals want to take them down. The Gulf states, they know what's at stake for all of them. They become so, they really tilted towards the West. The Cleveland Clinic has a hospital in Abu Dhabi over in the Gulf states, okay? And so the fact is, they know about the dangers. I don't think we need to tell the Europeans much about the dangers, do we? The French, the Brits, the Germans, the Belgians. We now have an opportunity to bring the civilized world together, to take care of business, to gather intelligence, to share intelligence, and communicate a message to the world that civilization, respect for women, the rule of law, the ability to express oneself against the government, that these are values that transcend any of these radicals out here who are intent on trying to destroy our way of life. But I want you to know, it's easy to rattle the saber, it's easy to threaten, but we have to be very precise and very careful, and we have to measure our direct interests before we commit people. That doesn't mean we can't support people with similar aims or similar goals that we have, but not with our men and women unless we are directly threatened. So that's kind of where I am on this whole thing, and I will predict this to you. When these wars wind down and we destroy ISIS, they're going to redraw the entire big chunk of the map of the Middle East, and they're trying to do it right now in Syria with the Kurds finally claiming some territory. The world, in some respects, is a mess because America retreated. Because the president did not understand or did not accept our role as the leader of the free world. Didn't do it, went south, and we've got a lot to pay for. It's going to be more difficult to get us back up on our feet as a result. Right back here, sir. You're with the tie. Since you came with the tie, you get to ask the question. Yeah, we're going to get him a microphone. We're short on microphones in Utah. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming to Utah, Governor. I appreciate it. I've been trying to think of an eloquent way to ask this, but I can't, so I'm just going to ask it.
Yeah.
In 2010, I was released from federal prison. I had spent a lot of time addicted to drugs and so on, just that sort of thing that leads to those kind of consequences. I'm a law student at BYU now, and I really appreciate that some of the things that you have said in regard to criminal justice reform and treatment and so on, giving people second or third chances. I noticed one of your opponents has kind of backpedaled on some of his language in that area. And I was wondering if you could maybe, I've read a little bit about Ohio and how you handle things there, and I'm wondering if you could tell me about your philosophy, and then also, please don't backpedal like your opponent has.
Let me just ask you before you sit down. If you're comfortable, share with them how you ever got that fix.
So it's...
And think of the courage it takes, huh?
So one of the things that I didn't realize until I was probably I'm 35 now. I was about mid-20s, I didn't realize how divorce affects children. Yeah, when I was young, my parents were divorced. My mom got remarried, but by the time she got remarried, I had a father figure in my life being an example. I was already a pretty angry kid, and it led me to kind of have some not so good friends, and down the path of drugs and crime and all that sort of thing. And I had a lot of people trying to help me, but I wasn't ready. And I was in and out of jail, and just had a lot of problems. I ended up getting involved with some friends in Salt Lake who had a meth lab, and kind of got anyway. Long story short.
How did you pull out?
So after I went to prison, I started to grow up a little bit. When I was 23, a couple of years into it, I started to realize that this isn't really the life that I want for myself. There was a lot of people there who had been sent for a long time, and had a bunch of kids they didn't know, and anyway, it wasn't the life that I wanted, and I tried to think, well, how can I pull myself out of this? And I wanted to go to school when I got out. I was able to come here. I graduated from this school in 2014. And the opportunities that I have when I was released are uncommon. The ability that I had with the family support, the relationship that I had prior with my family had given me the support that I needed. And they said, if you want to go to school, if you want to do something good with yourself, we will help you. And so after I started coming here and doing well, more support came. And, I've had so many professors and people in my life willing to go to bat for me and give me a chance after I was given the opportunity to prove that I would work hard for it. And, I don't know.
Amazing story, huh? I mean, this guy's smart. People just love a comeback story. I mean, that's America. I mean, we just love when somebody can pull themselves up. Look, I believe that every life is precious. And when I was a kid, I always wondered, could you have rehabilitation? I mean, we used to, remember in school, Mike, we used to debate, do we really think somebody can change? So I was fortunate enough to start on criminal justice reform right when I was elected. And because I'm a believer that you can't lock enough people up to get your way out of the problem. And beyond that, every human being should have a chance. Now, if you are a gangbanger or if you're in prison and you're beating up your inmates, we're going to lock you up for 1,000 years. I mean, we're just not going to play around with it. But if you're in prison, we will give you an opportunity to learn a skill and to work your way out. And we actually train people in the prisons for jobs that exist on the outside. Secondly, we don't want to lock up non-violent felons. I mean, people get hot in drugs, okay? I don't want you to be afraid, because we're not going to take somebody that will be a threat to society, to your children. We can put them in a local facility where we can get them to rise, because if you check the statistics, I'll bet in this state, and I know in our state, a big chunk of people that we put in prison are in prison for less than a year. And we put them in there next to murderers and rapists, and then we think, okay, well, this is good. So we want to make sure that we put people in a facility where they'll be secure, where the community will be safe, but we give them a chance to get off their feet. Okay? And he's telling me that if you have been a felon, you can't get a simple job. You can't get a job cutting hair because you've got this felony on your record. And it's called collateral sanction. So you try to come out, you try to get your life straightened out, and there's a million roadblocks. So it used to be in the state that if you came to apply for a job in the state of Ohio, there's a box. Here's your name. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Here's your name. Here's your address. Have you ever been a felon? If you check that, we say, hey, great, thanks for coming in. And when we take your application and we throw it in the trash can when you leave. So we've eliminated the box. Now let me tell you what that means. Just I want you to listen, because this is about redemption. If I don't get elected, I would be upset. I'll cry for 15 minutes, but I'm not here to I'm here to try to help, okay? So if you come in, we don't ask you in your first interview. We will find out that you were a felon. And then we're going to give you a chance to explain yourself. So you, young man, you would be in a position of being able to explain your life and where your screw-ups were, and we would have the choice whether we want to hire you or not. But I find that there's a lot of employers out there that are willing to give people a second chance, and I want to give them a second chance. One other thing I also believe, and that is for those who are poor, there is a disproportionate number of people who don't have chances and opportunities and make big mistakes. And I don't believe that America can have a peaceful, hopeful, optimistic society if everybody, including those who grow up in poverty, whether they are in the minority community or whether they're in the majority community, people have to have hope that their lives can get better. People lose hope, they got nothing, right? That's how you end up in drugs. That's how you end up in gangs. That's how you end up doing You know, that's where suicide comes from. And for those young people that are here today, life's confusing. It can be tough. In fact, for those that are here that are young, you know, you can get to the point in life where you say, oh, now it's time for me to prove all that big talk that I've been talking about all my lifetime. And you can get confused. You get confused? Tell somebody. Don't keep it to yourself. Tell somebody. And for those moms and dads that struggle with depression, tell somebody. We will fix it. It will come. The help will come. But back to this young man. Of course, we want to give people a chance, and our recidivism rate in Ohio out of our prisons is, I think it's 27%. The national average is 50%. But because we give people a chance, we seem to be making progress. Okay, you can go. What happened to you?
No, I wish. I can't actually ski right now.
Don't say that. Okay, go ahead.
Alright, okay. So I'm a 15-year-old, and obviously, like, I'm gonna be going to college soon. In 3 years, I want to get a good education, and there are so many people. I mean, like, I have a great family, and I have ways to get to college. But there's so many people who don't, like, they can't pay for it, they can't have ways, so what are you going to do about student loans and things like that?
It's a pretty good question for a 15-year-old. It depends on your financials. First of all, if you're in high school, you ought to be taking college credit courses, and they should be giving you credit at the university. I would assume that happens in this state. Number two, we have a number of students who will graduate with, you know, decent honors, and we find out that they can't do math and English, so they have to go and take 11th grade courses when they're in college. And we need to solve that problem. And in other words, we can go online to remediate people. By the way, we are joining Western Governors, just so you know. The other thing I would tell you is I was in Michigan at a really great school, but it was a community college. You could go there for 2 years, and you know what it would cost you for 2 years? Well, you would $6,000 with all the credits transferring. So in other words, you could go to college for 2 years, pass all your credits on to the 4-year school, and it would cost you $6,000. So that means you cut the cost of college education in half. And we're going to go to 3 years where you can go to a community college and transfer to like Ohio State. And they have to take your credits, and then what happens is you cut the cost of higher education by 3/4. So, you know, everybody has to figure out what they can afford. It's like when you go shopping, right? You look at prices and you try to figure out what you can afford. You have an allowance, you have an allowance, and you don't want to blow all your allowance on one thing, right? So you shop. And that's the way we should be dealing with higher education. And in addition to that, the leaders of higher education have to be very careful that they're controlling their costs. For those who would really get this, their overhead costs have grown astronomically over the period of the last 10 to 15 years because presidents of universities, sometimes like congressmen, you know what they want to be? If you're a president of a university today, what do you think you want to be tomorrow? The president of the same school, okay? And if you cause a lot of trouble, it's a big, big problem. So we need better leadership out of our higher education people. And then we also have to think about what we can do for those that have rung up this high debt. We got to figure a plan out. We got to deal with this. This is a big issue, Mike, and we got to think about this. Okay, so I keep going to him because he's smart. He'll help me figure this out. But we have to deal with this high debt problem that's currently out there, whether it involves community service. We just have to see. Okay, so pick where you can afford, so you don't go in too much into debt. Oh, wait, I got to come back. Yes, right there. You, right there.
Thank you so much for coming to Utah. I actually have lived in Ohio for almost 20 years.
just graduated BYU Law School.
Where did you live?
So Cincinnati, was working for Procter & Gamble.
Oh, there we go. Good.
So one of the questions that I have is, it's going to be a tough question. I sort of love grenades sometimes.
That's okay. I doesn't mean I have to answer it.
I was super, super excited to hear that he who shall not be named, I will not give credit, was not coming here for the debates. And I was looking forward to hearing more from you, because I know that awareness is one of the things that your campaign lacks, especially a lot of people here in Utah don't know who you are and what you're about. And I know if they did, that a lot of them would support you because your values align with the citizens of Utah. So I was a little disappointed to hear that you then subsequently backed out of the debates, because I thought to myself, here's the first time that the blabbermouth won't be on stage to take over everything for so long. And Governor Kasich will actually be able to speak to the country and to the state of Utah. So could you help explain?
Yeah, because if we don't have the number one guy there, there's no point to having a debate if the guy who's leading isn't there, okay? And I can use my time more effectively to do things like this. And you're right about something. Yesterday in the New York Times, they published the Times, the amount of earned media, the amount of attention that all the candidates received. Trump was at about, I think he was at $1.8 billion worth of free media. And I was like, I don't know, was I 10th, Chris? I might have been 10. You know why? Because I don't name call. And one of the big campaign, as a result, by the way, of winning in like the most pivotal state in the country, Ohio. We're now getting attention, but you're right from the standpoint that we're behind the curve and people knowing me. So we're just continuing to work. You know what? With very little money and very little attention, I'm one of 3 and one of potentially 5 people who could be president of the United States. We're doing something right.
With the revolution back in the balanced budget, and appreciate your service. What I'd like to know, right now we understand even if you got 100+% of the delegates, you still wouldn't make it. And why, can you feel good about you and Governor Levin playing these games with this National Republican Party, which can cause disunity? Why can't we get behind the great candidate right now? We have Ted Cruz, one of the greatest constitutional and strong candidates we've ever had. Can you really feel good? I mean, all you're doing is it for your own interest. It's going to divide the party, and there's no way you can make it under delegates. Yeah, we know that. So, okay. How can you? Okay. Let me answer. So it's dividing. It can divide the party.
Let me answer. First of all, the reason why I am running for president of the United States and the reason why I continue to run is I'm the only candidate that can beat Hillary Clinton in the Let me just finish. Because I'm the only one that can beat her, okay? The other people can't win. So, number two, the issue is we're not playing a parlor game. I'm running for president because I have a record, experience, and vision that's different than the rest of them. And I'm not here to play a game. I'm here to no one is going to go to that convention with enough delegates. And guess what? That's the process of picking the nominee. And by the way, today in one of the big national reports, they say that if we have a convention, they're going to pick the most experienced and the person who can beat Hillary Clinton in
to that. Governor Kasich, I believe that you will be the next president of the United States. I believe that you are the only candidate who can be Hillary Clinton that we have left. My question is, and I completely agree with what you said, that you have every right, just as much as Ted Cruz or Donald Trump or any other Republican for that matter, to run until the end as long as nobody else reaches 1237. It's ridiculous to say and childish to say that anybody should be denied that right, and that's the way the process is set up, and those are the rules that we agree to. So, all right, yes, my question is this.
I mean, maybe you spoke.
I'd love to talk later. Once you have the nomination, you are going to have to run against one of the biggest political powerhouses in the history of the United States. How do you plan on contrasting against Hillary Clinton and effectively beating her without creating a negative tone? I watched Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz say they would never go negative, and they broke my heart. And that is why I'm here for you. Can you promise that you will never go back on your word to run a positive campaign?
Well, first of all, records are fair game. Okay, that's fair. But no one believes in using personal attacks, calling people liars or whatever that we've heard, or we might have a riot if I can't get the delegates at the convention. Frankly, I don't think that's the way we ought to be conducting a campaign for president. We got a lot of young people here, and they want to believe that the American political system can be good and positive and all that. So with Hillary Clinton, the problem that let me kind of give you my sense of things. People vote for somebody that they get a sense can be a leader. People don't spend a lot of time analyzing this tax plan versus that tax plan. They try to get a sense of, can I vote for somebody who I think can represent me and run this country? Experience matters, vision matters. And the problem that Hillary has is she's a person that relies on focus groups, polls, and will tell anybody what they want to hear in order to get a vote. People are smart in this country. People will make a decision based on who can be the best leader. And the record that I have, both in Washington and Ohio, is not only of having conservative solutions, but being able to bring people together. Let me give you an example in my state, which is a microcosm of America. I won 86 out of 88 counties in my last election. I won 60% of the women vote, 51% of union households, and 26% of African Americans. And by the way, over in Ohio, where we just had a primary, I beat Donald Trump by 11 points, okay? I don't think you have to go negative. I think you need to talk about your vision. I think you need to talk about your record. And I think at the end of the day, people will want somebody who's actually fixed problems, who also has a vision for what they want to do. And that's the best that I can do. In terms of going head-to-head with her, when she says we're going to get free this and free that, come on, folks. We know we're going to all this stuff free. I mean, what are you kidding me? She switched her position on I don't know how many things. And guess how many positions I switch? Once in a while I'll switch, but very rarely. Because I know what I believe and I know what works. And there's only three things that will matter in this presidential election. Three things. Jobs, number one. Jobs, number two. And guess what the third one is? Jobs. And what she'll try to do is claim that the Republican work that we did under her husband created the jobs. And it will have to be up to me to describe exactly what happened and why it happened. And talk about my record in Ohio. And let me tell you another thing. Her record on foreign policy is terrible. She's been part of this whole failed Obama administration foreign policy. So we'll discuss it. But calling names, I'm not going there. You know what? Too many people want you to do it the right way. And I believe at the end, because of bringing people together, having a positive vision, and unifying people, I will be the next president of the United States. Thank you all. We have this caucus coming up, so could you go and help me? If you don't like me, then don't tell anybody. But if you did like me, get out and help me in these caucuses, please.
Hello everyone, Tamia here. You guys are looking at the 10-day forecast. We have very pleasant temperatures through the weekend, even some would consider hot. 88, 89 degrees this weekend. Monday, a high of 91. Tuesday, that is primary day, 83 degrees. Pretty good voting weather. And then the week continues with some more pleasant temperatures, 75, 77, 81. Not bad, guys. Not bad. Well, we don't have any live feeds right now, so what I'm going to do is show you closing statements from the Hulk Hogan trial. We got this in earlier this morning.
Anything. Denton said it. Horan, their own expert, said it. Certainly Anderson said it. You don't get ads without traffic. You have to go to the advertisers and package up how many hits you get, your unique views or your page views, so they advertise. It's simple. It's common sense. Advertisers don't want to buy ad space on publications or internet sites that don't have readers, so they want to drive traffic. Real simple. If you could pull up 127. You know, it's interesting to me for a company that has said that, you know, and for the defendants to say that they've done nothing wrong. They spent a large part of this trial trying to talk about the fact that there was no value to this defining post, okay? But we know real time, before the lawsuit, 5 days after, or 6 days after, we get this email from Nick Denton where he talks about the fact that the news had been dead for months. Remember that? 5 months, no news. Then all of a sudden, we hit the jackpot. Gawker scored with Royal Breast, in this month, Hulk Sex. Right? We look at number 122. And Denton asks his editorial team, October 13th, 2012, man. 2012 October is the month to talk about traffic because he's got Hogan and Middleton up there on the site. Have a thought. If there were 3 stories over the years that defined your site, what would they be? A.J. Delario, editor-in-chief of Gawker, says, Hogan initial post. $10,000, right? I am sure they did this with the defining post of their website for $10,000, like Horan said. Look at number 448 and 449. We're so excited about it that Nick's going to tweet to his followers. This is October 2012, 6 days after they put my client's private moment up on the internet for the world to see. In the last month, Gawker.com has had its 2 biggest days ever, each with over 1 million people from the U.S. alone. 6 days afterwards. We're excited. Yeah, I'm sure Denton didn't know that the Hulk Hogan sex tape was going up. Look at the graph. Spikes are important. Everybody has said it. They set a new line. You know, when they talk about the dip after the spike, imagine the dip if there wasn't a spike. That's kind of the point we made. This is the day after the tape was posted. Right? That's attached to his tweet. If we look at number 61, a year later he does the same thing, including in the timeline the month of October 2012 with Royal Breast and Hogan Sex. And then we can look at number 130. This one, yeah, we'll go to 130 now. The 100 most popular Gawker stories of 2012. Hogan's listed as, I think, number 3 there, but in between Hogan and Middleton is the Adam Lanza story. And so, from there where we go to number 81, which is Nick Denton on Gawker moving to uniques, right? We've shown this a lot. I mean, y'all have seen this a dozen times probably in this trial, and what the point of it is this is him actually saying that unique views is how we're going to measure things. It's certainly how he measured his investment in other companies. I look at traffic. The idea that he doesn't look at traffic and that traffic isn't the defining metric, for lack of a better word, is just sort of absurd. I mean, it builds brands. They're building a brand, and that's what Anderson talked about here, was that the idea that part of this was the growth of the company, and then you saw the financials I don't know if you remember that from Kidder, and some of the stuff may have gotten a little boring, but the revenues are going up every year. They're moving into their new space, their $3 million, a year space on Fifth Avenue. So I want to talk to you a little bit about Anderson's testimony at this point and some of the damages issues in this case. Now, what Mr. Anderson did was evaluation over. In other words, just like, may apply like the real estate world or something, he used comps. And he takes the comps and he says, what are their monthly unique users, right? And then the company value, and then basically gets a multiple. It doesn't take the high or the low, it takes the average of 19.34. That's the multiple between the monthly unique users of these sites, the correlation to the value of the company. Because what he's doing is valuing the business company, what's called the work. And then from there, he's telling you how do you attribute that, relate that back to this event, this tape, right? And this posting, the traffic generated. So, from that, you see that he took this 19.34 before I put this down, right there in the middle, right? That's the multiple he used. Didn't use the high, didn't use the low, took an average. Excuse me. From that, he does this valuation. Does the trailing 12-month average, monthly uniques. He uses the evaluation multiple right here, the 19.34. And then it takes the value, just like we did on the board with the comps, and uses that to get a value of Gawker.com from before the posting to after, right? And you see this change, $54 million, okay? The total unique page uses the video count and the months it was posted, so he uses that to extrapolate basically over 6.71 months how many times it was posted, or unique views. And then the change in the trailing 12 months, average monthly uniques to Gawker, and the average monthly views, it takes a percentage. So what he's trying to do is take this and see the change in phone rate in Gawker, and then the change in the value of Gawker is $54 million. The company's worth $281 million September 30th, 2012, to $285 million on April 30th, 2013, after this 6-month period, right? He takes that change and he says, okay, this is the percentage attributable to it. We're going to multiply it times the change in value, and we get that. You see this $15,445,000 number. It sounds like a huge number. But it only sounds like a huge number until you understand the fact that their own expert tells you probably as much as anybody, it's in that world of website traffic and advertising, it's really not. If you could pull up, I think it's, which one is it, number 100? We see this number 100, right? And this is Peter Horan's own company. Their expert, not our expert. And I want to use this to illustrate to you why a $15 million number change can be attributed just to one defining post. They've recorded a drop. This is About.com. This is the company who reportedly turned around. From 61 million unique users to 52. So they lose 9 million unique users at About.com. This drop resulted in the New York Times, who purchased the company, having to adjust the value, make a goodwill write-down of $195 million. 9 million less viewers, $195 million. So when you take that, and you look at Mr. Anderson's number of 15 million attributable to a post that was called a defining post of the website, and you see this change of about 5 million unique users, it makes sense. And although the number's a large number, we look at it and say, wow, that's a lot of money. Not so big. Not so big, man. 9 million unique users ends up being $200 million in valuation at About.com. That's the world that these guys live in. It's the world, their economics, and what they created. Interestingly enough, if you pull up number D365, John, In the month of October, when this goes up, and this was Hogan, it was 20% of the revenue. Remember, he was trying to do the Sandy thing again. The revenues went down, obviously, the server was down. But this is 20% of the revenue for that month arising from the video they posted of my client. So, we're going to go through the verdict form in a second. I'm going to take you through this. But I want you to remember Anderson's testimony and what he considered. And it wasn't just the impact and the spikes from the traffic, but the greater value to the brand. And I asked Denton about it. I said, it's your brand. You want to build your brand. That's what they want to do. And when you put something like this out there, what it does is get everybody looking. And now they've heard a little more about Gawker. And the throw off to the advertising, the value is exactly what Anderson talks about. And that's how we get to that $15 million. If you look at our second category of damages, if you could pull up 161, 162, and 217. I thought we had them on one board, John. We'll do them one at a time. All right. This was Shanti Shun. And what he did, so the $5 million that you get from Anderson are just off of Gawker. That's Gawker, the views on Gawker. I don't know if y'all got that. Then we bring Mr. Shanti Shun on to talk about, there we go, the other places it went, because it got linked to all these like porn sites and stuff. So who else saw it, right? Who else linked off of it? Because these claims for using Mr. Belay's likeness and stuff have value. Listen, it's kind of a hard thing for y'all to figure out because we're here and we're upset about this privacy issue and so forth. But once it's out there, this is what the law tells you it gets. 10 more up there. Oh, okay, 10 more till 10. Got it. Thank you. Here. So I don't know if y'all remember this, but these are all the different websites, right? He just did a gross count as much as we can catch. And listen, he was very open about this, and he conceded the fact that we caught what we could because he had a screenshot. We'll live with this number. This is everything that we catch off that data and what he could get at the time. But YouTube counts are 99,000 and change. All these porn sites that took it, 4.4 million and change. And then this, I think this was a Google Analytics thing with another 2.5 million views right there. And we add these up and we get this number. Okay, those are the views. Remember, Gawker views are over here. One category, branding, Jeff Anderson, the change in value to Gawker from the views it got, the hits it got. Second category of our damages, 7 million hits outside of that, all right? But where does that really leave? I mean, what do you do with that $7 million number? Could you bring up the black, I think it's, do you have the 495 page? If we can't find it, I'll just talk about it. You remember the fact that we put this testimony on this guy, Kevin Black. I keep him to walk around my board. He showed you what the minimum cost would be on a celebrity website to view this, right? VividCeleb.com or something like that. And it was $4.95. That's what he can find for a 4-day trial membership. We have to use that to judge. It's the best we can do because it's the only evidence we can find of what is somebody had to pay to see this on paid sites where somebody actually has control of their image, right? What would they do? What barometer can we use to tie that 7 million we just had up there? And Mr. Black told us that's the minimum. Here we go, right there. There we go. Remember that? And that's just the way of tying a number. And to be honest with you, when you go back there, you can, ultimately, you have the right to find less or more. I mean, the bottom line is this is the only barometer that we could use, the only measurement of what it costs when somebody puts something out there where they actually have control of it and they want it to be, put up and they want to make money off of it. Now, listen again. This is Mr. Belay and us basically playing the cards that they dealt us in the sense that they put this out there and all these porn sites got it for free. But he's entitled to compensation for that. It's his image. The other thing I'm going to talk to you about, with respect to this, talking about Gawker and them driving traffic shows you the benefit they got from it. That $15 million is the benefit Gawker got from this, and Mr. Anderson was very clear on how they got there. Shanti Shoon's 7 million hits times 495s is what he was deprived of. All right? It's what he was, the opportunity that was taken from him if he had been one of these people that had chosen to actually sell this thing out there on the market. The last category you're going to see on the verdict form, you're going to deal with emotional distress. And I'm going to tell you right now as we go through the verdict form, I'm not going to give you guidance. I'm going to let you all consume the evidence that you've seen, and if you think my client's ultimately entitled to emotional distress damages, you're going to pick that number. And I'm going to tell you to reflect on one thing. This icon, this giant of a man, this all-American character that surfs on tiger sharks and has changed an industry, was the same guy that Jules Wortman saw crying on Kathy Lee Gifford's shoulder backstage when he found out about this. And I can't tell you that he's the kind of guy that's going to crack on a witness stand and start crying at you. But I can tell you that we can get you real-time evidence of what this did. And if you have any doubts about it, look at his face on the Howard Stern show before he found out about the whole Bubba part on TMZ. I'm talking about the Howard Stern interview he did on the Bound for Glory show. And look at his face. Look at it. I don't care, if you don't want to hear the Welsh again, fine, but maybe you remember the image from trial and how beaten down this man was. All right? I want to go through this verdict form with you and try and explain it to you, which it's, I don't think, nearly as lengthy as a jury instruction. I'm going to go a little over. Are you okay? I'm going to wait for you. You good? Okay. You're going to go back there when you're done. I'm going to get to talk to you again. I get to do a rebuttal, so I'm going to try and wrap up now and come talk to you after Mr. Sullivan does. When you go back there, you're going to get this verdict form. And it tells you basically the questions that you're asked to answer. And it matches up with the jury instructions. It's kind of an elegant process, right? The judge instruction and the law, and those elements get put in here. Did plaintiff prove that by posting the video, this is question 1 on our claim for publication of private facts. Did plaintiff prove that by posting the video, defendant publicly disclosed private facts about plaintiff in a manner that a reasonable person would find offensive? Yes. I've argued to you why. I don't want to go back through it all again. But the standard is whether a reasonable person would find it offensive, and we know the facts are private. There's not a shred of evidence that these facts were not private in this case. And they knew they were. Did plaintiff prove the video was not a matter of legitimate public concern? Okay? This one gets tricky because this is us proving it's not legitimate public concern. So don't let it worry. It's a yes answer. I go back to the board I showed you over here, and I don't know what better evidence we can give you than A.J. DeLorme admitting that the 10 reasons they said this was a matter of public concern and therefore newsworthy. It's the same thing. Legitimate public concern and newsworthiness are the same jury instruction, right? Just different terms. I don't know what better we can do than having the guy who actually really admit to you that he had not one of the reasons that they said was newsworthy as well. You can't do better than that. I mean, he conceded every single one of those elements. And so the answer to that is yes. Did Nate Denton participate in posting the video? I will tell you this. From the culture he set, to the ethics he required, to the rule breaking he demanded, to the conversation on the fire scene, and the mystifying attorney-client conversation we'll never know about, he participated in demanding he brag. If you want evidence that he participated in, look at his reaction afterwards real time. Not what you heard in court, but the real time, the tweets, the emails, the defining story. The answer is yes, and then you proceed to question 4. This is our invasion of privacy count. Did plaintiff prove that defendants wrongfully intruded into a place where he had a reasonable expectation of privacy? I don't think there's a lot of places in the world that Terry Millay testified he could be private, but a bedroom at a friend's house was one. And there's no evidence that he had no reasonable expectation of privacy there. Did plaintiff prove that the video was posted in such a manner as to outrage or cause mental suffering, shame, or humiliation to a person of ordinary sensibilities? This common thread of the reasonable person a decent person, ordinary sensibilities? The answer is yes. John, leave those all up together instead of doing one by one, okay? Did plaintiff prove that defendants used plaintiff's name or likeness for commercial advertising purpose? This is where they're going to say, no, that we didn't prove that, because they didn't actually put ads on the page. Notwithstanding the fact that Denton and every other witness conceded that you have to have unique views to get advertising products. We show you that evidence. I'm pretty sure you've seen all of that and appreciate it. The idea of this is not whether they put just an ad on that page. The evidence is clear on that. The answer is yes. The plaintiff proved that he did not authorize the use of his name or likeness. I mean, of course, there's no evidence to the contrary in this case. We go to our fourth claim, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Did plaintiff prove that the video was an extreme? We go again to this person of ordinary sensibilities. Did plaintiff prove that defendants intended to cause him severe emotional distress or acted with reckless disregard? Reckless disregard is a word we hear in jury instructions, or you've heard, and you see on the verdict form. Reckless disregard, people joking about it. There are people not calling like responsible journalists would. There are people making fun of it and then writing that disgusting, disgusting narrative that Delario wrote. This is reckless disregard. This case defines reckless disregard. Their conduct is reckless disregard, and it couldn't be any more reckless. Every witness, by the way, was asked, if you knew it would cause him severe emotional distress, would you have done it anyway? And every one of them said yes. Let's go to the fifth, the bottom of that. And then again, this goes to what I was just talking about. You be the judge of that. You saw Mr. Belay on the witness stand. You saw some video. You gauge how severe the emotional distress was. We can tell you that he told you to turn his life upside down. You saw him. You heard about him crying. If we move on, John, to the next page. This is an interesting claim. It's our fifth claim. This relates to the fact that they knew there were verbal communications on the video, and they knew it was recorded secretly and did it anyway. Used or disclosed the video. Did he have a reasonable expectation of privacy and have reason to know that he was recorded on the video without his knowledge or consent? There is no evidence that he knew or had reason to know. They talk about these security cameras, but it's very clear the camera was hit. You heard Heather Clem's testimony that there was no discussion about it. And you heard the plaintiff say, even on the whim, he asked Bubba about it, and Bubba said no. There's no evidence that he knew or had reason to know. There's no evidence about the camera being for vision. David Rice, the guy who installed the camera, testified. I don't know if you remember. We did a deposition, a reading thing. Guy was standing here, the guy's answers. And he told you that the camera was behind this motion detector, and we showed you a picture of it. It's hidden behind this motion detector. So move on to the next one. That's 110. I'm going to go over by 5. As the plaintiff's only claim, did they act in good faith? I mean, of course not. They told you they didn't care. They told you they didn't call anybody. They knew that Mr. Belay had actually claimed that whether they believed it or not doesn't matter. This is good faith. Delario puts it in his heart. He claims it was secretly recorded. They never called anybody. Anybody on the video to ask them. And so that would be good faith. They've admitted they didn't do that. If we go to the next page on this, our damages number. What you see here, $50,378,342.95 combines the two numbers I just talked about. The $15 million from Mr. Anderson, which was the change in value to Gawker, and the $495 times the other views that Mr. Shue talked to. The number is obviously a big number, but when you compare it to the world that this is in, and these numbers and the values of these companies, remember Hogan's testimony in Mr. Godasco on Cross. He spent $100 million on an advertising campaign for, I think, About.com that did not generate him one view. I don't know if y'all remember that testimony. So when you see this number and you compare it to the numbers that are thrown around in the big internet business world, really not that big of a number. It's big to the common man, but in their world, we're dealing with $200 million. $100 million advertising campaigns that don't generate a dime of collateral revenue. And so the $15 million I've walked you through, this $495 is the only measurement we really have, and that is what do people pay to see this kind of stuff. And so you see that number right there. And if you pull the second category, Jeff, there you go. I'm not putting the number up there. That's for you all to determine at your discretion as jurors. You can make it bear some relation if you want to anything. It's really your view on how my client was distressed, on what this did to him. It's your view of how candid he was about what it did to his life. It's your view of what it meant for a guy like this, an icon of American culture, to be crying backstage at the Today Show with Kathy Lee. You know, I'm going to talk to you about punitive damages real quickly, and I'm just going to tell you all this. You don't talk about a number for punitive damages until you get to a point where you think that Gawker and AJ and Nick need to be punished for their conduct. We've told the story as good as we can, and I've told it as much as I can in the hour and 10 or an hour and 15 minutes that I've had, okay? I can't do any more justice to it. I can't do any more justice to what it did to this guy. At its core, this case has never, ever, ever been about anything more than the fact that Gawker took a secretly recorded sex tape of my client in a private bedroom performing a private act and put it on the internet. It's never been about more than that. It's been about that direct, absolute violation of privacy that is carved out as one area where it becomes a morbid and sensational prying into his life. The one place this guy hasn't given up is these little areas he's carved out. And it can't get worse than this. And we would tell you that punitive damages are warranted, that you should check those boxes and give us the opportunity to get to the next stage of the case. Lastly, I want to end with number 49 and 119. And that's where we started, and that's a cease and desist letter. Are those right numbers, John? The email, too. You know, just put them side by side. And I just want to visually kind of remind you all that again and just say one thing to you. Back in October of 2012, when Nick Denton said that this wasn't persuasive, this cease and desist, right? That was his word. It wasn't persuasive. All this could have ended. It could have been done, all right? All these guys had to do was the decent thing. And none of this happened. And so to the extent they want to come up here and say $50 million, and oh my God, Mr. Balea, I just want you to go back and started this with, and what the common theme was throughout the evidence, and that is this. The power of the media to do great harm and the profits that come from it. And there was nothing more at play in this case on Gawker's behalf than that, and it was how much money can we make taking this private act. So when you go back there, it's a lot. I know y'all have been here for a while, and we've been together on this journey for 3 weeks. Go through the judge's instructions and render a verdict for Mr. Balea. We've walked you through the amounts, and let's get to the punitive stage and let's get some justice done here. Okay? Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. All right, before you get to the defense, we're closing arguments in the favor of all Senator Comfort. Thank you.
All right, guys, that wraps up our feed of this Hulk Hogan trial. Next, I'm going to go ahead and show you Josh Earnest, his daily press conference. In case you missed it this morning, here is what Josh Earnest had to say.
Nice to see you all. Happy Friday. I do not have anything to do at the top, so we can go straight to your questions. Darlene, would you like to start?
Thank you.
Told you.
I have a couple of quick ones on the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Can you say whether the White House gave a courtesy heads up to either the Clinton or the Sanders campaign after the president settled on Judge Garland as his nominee?
I obviously cannot account for all the phone calls to the White House, but my understanding is that that we had obviously made it a concerted effort to inform members of the United States Senate, particularly those who serve on the Judiciary Committee and those who serve in leadership, prior to the President making a formal announcement. I'm not aware of any plan to give either of the Democratic presidential candidates a heads up. So I feel confident in telling you that they learned about the news from news reports. But your news reports were extensive prior to the President formally making his announcement.
Secondly, would the president withdraw Garland's nomination if either Sanders or Clinton win the nomination, are elected in November, and ask him to withdraw the nomination so they can appoint someone more to their liking?
Yeah. Your colleague John Carl asked about this on Wednesday, and I'll repeat what I said then, which is that the president believes strongly that Chief Judge Garland is the right person for this job. This is a substantial responsibility that President Obama has asked Chief Judge Garland to take on. A lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land is significant. And but again, Chief Judge Garland has demonstrated a commitment to the rule of law and an understanding that a judge's responsibilities are to interpret the law, not to advance a political agenda. That is why Chief Judge Garland has been described by Republicans as a consensus nominee. Chief Judge Garland has more federal judiciary experience than any other Supreme Court nominee in American history. The President is proud to have nominated him, and the President will stand by him and urge the United States Senate to confirm him promptly. There's no good reason that anybody can articulate that that the Senate should delay consideration of his nomination until the lame duck. That would be irresponsible. Senator Lindsey Graham described it as unprecedented, and it shouldn't happen. And it's not the right thing for the country, and it would represent an escalation of partisan politics when it comes to a branch of government that we actually go to great lengths to try to protect from partisan politics.
So is that a no?
That is the President stands by his nominee and believes that the Senate should confirm him as soon as possible. And I cannot imagine a scenario where the President would withdraw his support from his nominee.
Secondly, this week is Sunshine Week, and would you comment on the administration apparently setting a record for the number of times it told people, citizens, journalists, and others that they couldn't find files that were requested under Freedom of Information laws?
Yeah. Well, I hadn't seen that statistic. What I can tell you is that this administration has gone to great lengths to make the United States government, and this administration in particular, more transparent than any other. There are a variety of ways to evaluate that. I think the most relevant one, given the intense focus on FOIA requests, is that in 2015, fiscal year 2015, the administration processed 769,903 requests. I'd point out that is 769,903 more FOIA requests than were processed by Congress. Congress writes the rules, and they write themselves out of being accountable to the Freedom of Information Act request process. And as advocates for transparency, I hope that all of you will continue the pressure that you have applied to Congress to encourage them to subject themselves to the same kinds of transparency rules that they insist other government agencies follow.
Given that number, though, that you all have set a record for the number of times you told people you couldn't find what they wanted, how do we know that FOIA officers in the administration are being diligent about trying to find what it is that people are asking them, people are looking for?
Well, and one way to evaluate that is that for 7 straight years, the government agencies have released records in full or in part for more than 91% of FOIA requests that have been processed for disclosure. I think that's an indication that that government officials work diligently to be responsive to requests from the media and the public. And I suspect that that these statistics would be even better if Congress were also in a position to provide necessary funding to complete these activities. And we'd obviously welcome additional support and additional resources being appropriated by Congress for these kinds of important activities. Okay. All right. Tim.
Just on the Supreme Court, following up on a question by Darlene yesterday about senators are going back home for 2 weeks. What would the White House like to see happen among constituents and groups, considering, the next term, Supreme Court term starts in October?
Yeah. Well, you heard an opportunity. You had an opportunity to hear directly from the president on Wednesday about this, who suggested that members of Congress, members of the Senate, should take the next couple of weeks while they're enjoying a spring break to consider their constitutional responsibilities and to consider whether or not they're comfortable with taking orders from Republican leaders in Washington as opposed to taking orders from the Constitution and the American people. Presumably, it shouldn't take 2 weeks to figure out the answer to that question, but maybe away from all of the clamor and debate in Washington, D.C., it'll be easier to arrive at that conclusion. That certainly is what we hope Republican senators will do. I would anticipate that over the next couple of weeks that you will hear members of the public who do share the president's passion for this issue make clear what they hope their elected representatives in Washington will do. But ultimately that will be up to those groups and those individual American citizens to determine how and whether to make their voices heard.
There's been talk that they'll hold up signs saying, "Do your job." Is there anything else they could do that would be effective?
Well, again, there are presumably there are people who are thinking about this a little bit more than I am. But obviously, we're going to continue to make a forceful, principled case that the United States Senate should fulfill their constitutional duties. The president took quite seriously the constitutional duties that he has to carefully consult with Congress and to carefully consider the record of a wide variety of individuals and then put forward the person that he believes could best fill the vacancy on the Supreme Court. I think by all accounts, the president took that responsibility quite seriously and has nominated somebody that should not be subjected to the kind of political gamesmanship that we're seeing from Republicans right now. The president has put forward somebody that Republicans acknowledge should be on the bench, somebody who would be and is a consensus nominee. And those aren't quotes from ancient history. Those are quotes from earlier in this presidency. So it's time for Republicans to take advantage of this opportunity to put their responsibility to govern ahead of their political calculations.
And switching to North Korea, the firing of the first mid-range missile. Does the White House have reaction to this? And there were the new sanctions this week from the White House. Could one argue that sanctions are not effective?
Well, let me start by saying that we are aware of reports that North Korea did conduct a couple of launches into the Sea of Japan. The United States, as we always do, is closely monitoring the situation on the Korean Peninsula. Launches using ballistic missile technology are a clear violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. North Korea should refrain from actions that further raise tensions in the region, and focus instead on taking concrete steps toward fulfilling its international commitments and obligations. As you point out, the United States has worked assiduously with the international community to apply additional pressure and to further isolate an already deeply isolated country in North Korea. That includes imposing on North Korea sanctions that go beyond any other, sanctions that had previously been imposed on the country. And I guess the other way you could argue this is that North Korea is feeling that pressure. They're feeling that isolation, and they are acting out against it. At some point, we hope that they will channel that anxiety in the direction of coming into compliance with generally accepted international commitments and obligations. If they do, that is the path back toward greater integration with the international community, greater integration with the international economy. That certainly would be good for the North Korean people. And that's the case that we'll make to the North Koreans. The good news is the United States is not the only country that's making that case. We've got support from the Chinese, the Russians, and our allies in South Korea and Japan, all making that case. And that serves to illustrate just how isolated North Korea is, but it will be up to them to decide if they're going to change their strategy. We'll move around a little bit. Tolu.
Apparently police in Brussels have conducted some raids and they may have shot one of the Paris attackers. I'm wondering if the White House has been informed about this and if you have any details on that.
Well, Tolu, I saw the reports shortly before I came out here. I can tell you that even in the minutes after the Paris attacks back in November, U.S. officials have been in close touch with national security and law enforcement officials in France and Belgium as they take steps to try to protect their country. The United States obviously has significant resources and significant capabilities, and we have used them to assist the French and the Belgians as they have conducted investigations into the attacks and as they've taken steps to try to safeguard their country. So we're going to continue to stay in close touch with them on this. I don't know at this point whether or not the President has been briefed, but I'm confident that he will get an update from his national security team on these latest developments today.
I also wanted to ask you about a letter sent by Senator Sanders about the Pfizer inversion deal. He's asking the Treasury Department to basically create new rules to shut that down. Does the White House have any reaction to Senator Sanders sort of saying that the Treasury Department should be more aggressive and act more aggressively to stop this deal from happening?
Well, Tolu, I can't comment on any specific private financial transaction. I will just say as a general matter that this administration now for years has been urging Congress to take steps to close the inversions loophole that essentially allows large businesses to essentially renounce their American citizenship and execute a financial transaction that allows them to avoid at least some, if not all, of the taxes that they pay here in the United States. That's unfair. Middle-class families certainly don't have the opportunity to engage in a slick financial transaction that allows them to avoid paying taxes. In fact, what most middle-class families do is they step up and fulfill their responsibility to this country, and they pay the amount of taxes that are required. And frankly, we believe that those kinds of rules and those values should also apply to large corporations that choose to benefit from the business climate, the labor supply, and the infrastructure that exists here in this country. That's only fair. And it's been disappointing that we've seen Republicans block any effort to close this loophole, and in fact, actually take steps to try to protect the ability of large businesses to benefit from the inversions loophole. That's not fair, and I think it's an indication that the priorities of some Republicans in Congress are entirely mixed up and certainly not consistent with the priorities of most Americans. So this has been a priority for us. We have been urging Congress to take action because we have indicated that it's only through congressional action can we effectively close this loophole. We've acknowledged that there may be some steps that the administration can take using executive authority, to reduce the incentive that some companies have to engage in these kinds of transactions. Some of those steps have already been announced. There may be additional steps that can be taken, but obviously the Treasury Department and Secretary Liu would be the one to decide how and when to move forward with those steps. But he certainly understands that this is a priority that President Obama has articulated, and in fact, you've heard Secretary Liu himself say that it's a personal priority of his. So this has our attention, and this is something that the Treasury Department continues to work on.
You called it a slick financial transaction. In the letter, Senator Sanders called it a scam. Do you agree that it's a scam? Would you go that far as using that language?
Well, I think he's referring to a specific private transaction, so I'm not commenting on any specific transaction. I'm just talking about this general strategy that we have seen some businesses engage in, and it's entirely unfair, and it is the kind of financial maneuver that indicates that the system isn't fair, primarily because it's not the kind of benefit that is available to middle-class families. And it does allow businesses to continue to remain in the United States and benefit from our favorable business climate, our ample supply of highly skilled and highly motivated workers, and benefit from the infrastructure in this country that's paid for by taxpayer dollars. But yet they're not contributing to the improvement of our country. And that's not fair. It's unjust. Congress should act. It's unfortunate that Republicans haven't. But we're certainly going to consider additional steps that may be able to be taken to reduce the incentive that some companies have to engage in these transactions.
One on the Supreme Court. Let's say that the Senate goes on their recess and then they come back and they have a change of heart and they decide they want to do hearings. If they do that...
That'd be good news.
And let's say they do that and they decide that for whatever reason a Republican-led Senate does not want to confirm this nominee. For a principal reason, based on his record, based on just the fact that they think it should be something decided in the election. If they do that, do you still think you have enough time to have another nomination like what we had with Mr. Bork back in 1987, or would that end it? Would that end the conversation and basically allow the election to decide?
Well, let me make an observation, Tolu, that will require all of us to venture deep into the minds of Republicans. So, you've been warned. But I suspect there's a reason that they're resisting even holding hearings. And I suspect that reason is they know that somebody that has Chief Judge Garland's intellect and experience is going to perform quite well in the setting of a Judiciary Committee hearing. There's a reason that they don't want to have him in public, under oath, on camera, asking questions. Because if that happens, we will have tangible evidence for the world to see that he'd be a great Supreme Court justice. And that's why Republicans are resisting the hearings. It's motivated purely by politics. We've heard Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican from Wisconsin, acknowledge as much. He has acknowledged that Republicans are treating President Obama's nominee to the Supreme Court differently than they would a nominee put forward by a Republican president. So this doesn't have anything to do with principle. It doesn't have anything to do with the Constitution. It doesn't have anything to do with Chief Judge Garland. It has everything to do with the fact that Republicans are concerned about the fact that it's a Democratic president fulfilling his constitutional duty to appoint a justice to the Supreme Court. That's not the way the system's supposed to work. In fact, our system is supposed to work to prevent that kind of political calculation being made around appointments to the Supreme Court. That's why I think you've posed a provocative question, but I think the answer quite plainly is that the scenario you've laid out is not the scenario that Republicans expect, and that's precisely why they continue to hold fast to not even holding hearings and giving a fair hearing to the president's nominee. Okay, Chip.
Thanks, Josh.
Nice to see you today.
Good to see you. It's been a long time.
It has been a little while, so welcome back.
Thanks. On Garland.
He's being punished.
On Garland, you said yesterday, and I'm sure you've said before, that there is no deal that if if a Democrat were elected in November, there's no deal that they'll come in and pass Garland confirm Garland in a lame duck session.
That's
But
right.
have there been any discussions? Have there been any communications at all from Republicans even raising that idea with the White House?
Well, not that I'm aware of. There are obviously extensive consultations that took place in advance of the president making this decision, and we've been in frequent touch with members of Congress as well. So I guess you'd have to ask individual Republican senators if this is something that they have floated with us. But I can tell you that with a lot of confidence that everybody who works here in the White House believes that Chief Judge Garland and his nomination should not be delayed to the lame duck. There's no excuse for that. First of all, it's not as if the Senate's doing a bunch of important business now. We spent a lot of time talking about how the Senate hasn't really done anything all year. So they can't really complain that they've got some other crowded agenda that they have to get through. The fact of the matter is, even if they did, they'd be hard-pressed to make the case that somehow this wasn't as important as other things that they were considering. The other thing I will say is that the average time that a Supreme Court nominee has had to wait for their confirmation is 67 days. So I guess the last point I would make about this is that if for some reason Republicans actually are concerned that they have a whole bunch of other things that they need to do, then why don't they go ahead and quickly fulfill their constitutional duties here, take care of this business in the next 2 months, and let's move on to the other pressing items that they claim to be focused on.
Can I ask you a question about Cuba?
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if there's any kind of update on planning for meeting with dissidents. Have there been any objections from Cuba on people the president wants to meet with? And is this a negotiation? It's we'd like to meet with this person, and then they push back, or is it just kind of my way or the highway? The president's saying, I want to meet with these people, and I'm going to do that.
Yeah. The president's the list of people invited to meet with the president in Cuba is non-negotiable. The White House and the president will be determining who he meets with. I would not be surprised if there might be people on that list that the Cuban government would prefer that we not meet with. And I don't know whether or not they've raised those concerns or not. But I can tell you that the president is going to move forward and host meetings and have a conversation about human rights with the people that he chooses to meet with. And that's how this will move forward, and we'll have some names that we can share with you about who the president meets with on the trip. And we'll also have an opportunity for the press pool that accompanies the president in Cuba to at least get a photograph of the meeting.
Will that list of people include people who are currently in prison? And has there been an increase in the number of human rights activists detained since the president announced he was going?
I haven't seen the list of the people that the president will meet with, and so I'm not able to vouch for the status of those people. But we certainly are expecting the president to have the opportunity to meet with everybody who is invited and chooses to come. As it relates to the broader climate on the island of Cuba when it comes to human rights, we have seen reports that there have been political prisoners in recent days that have been released. That certainly is what we've been urging the Castro government to do, and we're going to continue to advocate for that.
But there are some groups that claim that while they are releasing some people, they're detaining others at the same time. And overall, in fact, there's an uptick.
Yeah. Well, I think what we've seen for the last 50 or 60 years is the Cuban government wantonly detaining people who have objections or who have publicly criticized the Cuban government. And I guess the question all along is, well, what should the United States do about it? And for more than 50 years, we tried a strategy of saying, well, why don't we just try to ignore the Cubans and see if they change their mind on their own? Not surprisingly, that strategy didn't really work very well. So we're trying a new approach. And our approach now is that the President of the United States is going to get on Air Force One, he's going to fly to Havana, Cuba, and he is going to sit down with the leader of Cuba and say, you need to do a better job of protecting the human rights of your people. He's going to give a speech to the Cuban population, to the Cuban people, one that will be carried on TV, according to the Cuban government, where the president will advocate for better respect for human rights. And the president, while he's in Cuba, will sit down in a meeting that all of you will have an opportunity to at least see part of, and visit with people who have previously been victimized by the government and encourage them to continue to fight for the kinds of universal human rights that we deeply cherish in this country. That is effective advocacy for American values. That is effective advocacy for the kinds of principles that we cherish in this country and in our government. And it is, by the way, an approach that is strongly supported by the vast majority of the Cuban people. Ron.
Specifically, there's a man named Carlos Amel Oliva who reportedly met with Ben Rhodes a couple of days ago and then went back to Cuba and was arrested and detained. Is that true?
I'm not aware of those reports. We can look into that for you and see if we can get you an answer.
I think it happened on the 14th or so, and
okay.
Literally within days of going back, he was arrested. This list, and it's non-negotiable. How does that? I don't understand how that works. You just, and you didn't answer Chip's question, I think, about whether some of the people that the president wants to meet are in fact in jail now.
Yeah.
Why would he not want to meet people who are in jail, people who are in the worst of circumstances?
Well, once we have a list that I've seen, I can be in a better position to describe to you the status of those individuals and why those individuals ended up on a list to meet with the President of the United States. Obviously, there are plenty of people that the President would be interested in having a conversation with, but just for as a practical matter and for the purposes of a useful conversation, we're not going to have hundreds of people in the room, but we'll have an opportunity for the President to visit with a small representative group of leading advocates for human rights in Cuba, and we'll be able to talk about why those people were chosen once we've made public who's been chosen.
So you can't say anything about how this process has happened, what the criteria are, what groups have been consulted to try and form the list?
Yeah, well, I guess I would point out that this is not a unique engagement for the President to engage in. Whenever the President travels around the world, he looks for opportunities to visit with people, particularly when we're in countries that don't have observed the basic principles of democracy that we cherish in this country. So, when the President's traveled to Burma, he met with opposition figures. There are other places, even in China, where the President has spent time talking to people who are not enthusiastic supporters of their government. So we can. I'll provide you some more. We can provide you some more concrete examples of where the President's done this in other countries. And my point is, we have a process for doing this. And what the President likes to do is to spend time talking to leaders of organizations who are advocating for a more robust civil society. In many cases, that means people who are fighting for the rights of people who are oppressed, who are otherwise considered minorities. There's actually one example that's coming to mind. When the President was in Kenya, he hosted this meeting one morning with a group of advocates in Nairobi. And these were individuals who were advocating for a wide variety of causes. In some cases, it was trying to combat wildlife trafficking. And we're looking out for the environment in Kenya. In other cases, it was people who were trying to, advocate for the rights of certain minority populations, or even a more effective civil society that, in some cases, would be able to more effectively raise their concerns with the government. So this is something that the President does frequently in other countries, and we're going to apply those kinds of principles to putting together this meeting in Cuba.
So in all these efforts around the world, has there ever been a circumstance where the President has wanted to see someone and the government has said no?
Off the top of my head, I do not remember one, but I'll check with my NSC colleagues to see if there is an example of that. I'm confident there are places where the President has gone and met with people that the host government would prefer that he not talk to, but I don't think I can recall a situation, again, just off the top of my head, where the President has been prevented from meeting with a private citizen by the host government.
Even someone who's in custody, in jail?
Again, off the top of my head, I can't.
I think people looking at the whole Cuba situation would argue, and again, not on a lot of detail necessarily, but you would think that some of the worst offenders are in government custody. And so if in fact the president has not met with people who are people of the government doesn't, I mean, I guess it's just strange. It just leads you to question: are these the most prominent dissidents in this country?
And you'll have an opportunity to evaluate that when we put out the list.
Just one other theoretical question on 2016, not so theoretical, but looking ahead, there's been a lot of reporting suggesting that the president's going to be very involved in 2016. Yesterday you were saying that none of that's going to happen until, when will that happen? I think you said that there's not going to be he's going to remain balanced until a certain point. What can you expect, what do you think we can expect to see the president's role look like in that broader campaign? And what do you think, what can we expect to see in the campaign that's taking place now to push Judge Garland through this process? And I imagine they will merge to some extent.
Yeah. Well, that remains to be seen. I think, ironically, I think that's what Republicans are hoping for. It's clear that Republicans are in a situation where they're basically suggesting that they're hoping that their obstruction of a Supreme Court justice can benefit their presidential candidate. And that's a pretty unfortunate thing. We heard Leader McConnell indicate this in an interview with Brett Baer on Wednesday, where he was talking about the specific goal of blocking hearings for the president's nominee. And Leader McConnell's reply was something like, the point here is to choose the next president. So it's clear that his eye is not on his constitutional responsibility. His eye is on trying to elect a Republican to the White House. Now, what's a little complicated about that is he's also said that he would run negative ads against the Republican frontrunner if he ends up being the nominee. I'll let him try to reconcile that with all of you. I think my objection is not about who the Republican nominee is in this instance, but rather the principle at stake here. The Supreme Court has long been an institution of government that we have tried to shield from the worst of our politics. And the fact is, there is a clear precedent for the United States Senate voting in a presidential election year to approve a nominee to the Supreme Court. It happened in 1988, and the reason it's relevant is because the situations were reversed. You know, people often say, well, gee, wouldn't Democrats be doing the same thing if they were in Leader McConnell's shoes? Well, the fact is Democrats were in Leader McConnell's shoes in 1988, and Democrats who had a majority in the United States Senate actually did vote to confirm President Reagan's nominee to the Supreme Court, even though it was President Reagan's last year in office, and even though in early 1988 they were in the midst of a vigorous presidential campaign. So we were just suggesting they'd do the same thing.
So given that this has become a hugely partisan issue, is the president going to make it a campaign issue when he's out there?
Well, I think the president's case that he'll be making on the campaign trail in 2016, in the general election, will be focused on whether or not our country continues to build on the progress that we've made over the last 7 years. And again, even Leader McConnell has acknowledged earlier this year that America is better off than we were 7 years ago. And that, I think, is going to make President Obama a particularly persuasive advocate on the trail in communities all across the country. Just about any poll you take a look at, President Obama is actually the most popular politician in America. So I think Democrats are going to be pretty enthusiastic about having his support and having him make the case for Democratic leadership in Washington, D.C. Right now, based on the unprecedented partisan obstruction and refusal to govern that Republicans in the Senate have displayed, they're actually making a pretty good case for Democrats, too. Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. The New Jersey State Police have launched a campaign warning tourists about dangerous fugitives from U.S. justice, including a pair of cop killers who are living free, apparently, right now in Cuba. What's the administration's reaction to the campaign? And people are wondering, why isn't the return of such fugitives a requirement for normalization of relations?
Mm-hmm. Well, Kevin, it's certainly a priority, and we have raised our concerns with the Cuban government repeatedly that there are fugitives from American justice that have sought safe haven in Cuba, and we are seeking their return. I can tell you that there has already been a law enforcement dialogue established between our two countries to seek the return of these fugitives so they can be brought to justice. This is a priority, and again, I would just make the case, some of these fugitives, including the one that I know that police officers in New Jersey are justifiably concerned about, has been in Cuba for a long time, a couple of decades, I think. And the policy that was in place before President Obama announced the change didn't get us anywhere closer to bringing that fugitive back to the United States to face justice. But the President of the United States, because of our normalization policy, has begun a dialogue between law enforcement officials in the United States and Cuba to effect the return of those fugitives. And I'm confident that over the course of the meetings that the President has with the Cuban government, that members of the U.S. delegation will be urging the Cuban government to work with us effectively to secure the return of wanted fugitives who are seeking safe haven in Cuba.
Let me ask you about encryption. Senators Feinstein and Burr are working on some encryption legislation. I'm sure you're familiar with it. They say it'll force companies to build mandated backdoors, requiring that all data be available to law enforcement in unencrypted form. Now, you may or may not have read it all. However, Senator Feinstein says that she's already provided that to Chief of Staff McDonough, given him a copy of the proposal, and that the White House will ultimately determine its fate. And I'm just wondering, in light of the President's comments at South by Southwest, do you think the White House will support this effort?
At this point, it's too early to tell. What we have committed to doing, and this is, I think, what Senator Feinstein was alluding to, the administration has committed to working with Congress to discuss these issues. These issues are complicated. Obviously, they're a top priority to the administration. The President has indicated that he believes in the robust implementation of strong encryption. At the same time, the President has also acknowledged that we need to make sure that our law enforcement and our national security professionals, within the appropriate confines of the law, can do their job to keep us safe. And I would acknowledge, as the President has, that there is some tension in those principles. And we need to resolve them. And we need to resolve them in a way that doesn't undermine the basic civil liberties and privacy protections that are critical to our country and that the President prioritizes. So we'll engage in a conversation with Congress about this, but I will repeat a skepticism you've heard me express before. There's a reason to doubt the ability of the dysfunctional Congress, particularly one that's led by Republicans who have refused to embrace their responsibility to govern, that they'd be able to handle and successfully pass legislation that would address this issue. So I'm a little skeptical that Congress is going to be able to handle this effectively, but that's not going to prevent us from engaging with them to try to help them get it right. But I'm not going to be sitting over here holding my breath that they're eventually going to do that this year.
But just to follow, you would acknowledge the, as you put it, the tension that a lot of Americans might feel about this notion of backdoors and the ability to essentially break into phones. Left unfettered in the hands of law enforcement or government?
No one is suggesting it should be unfettered.
Okay.
What we're talking about is a set of principles that apply here. And so the tension that I was referring to is the need for the robust implementation of strong encryption. And I think what also is a pretty common sense notion that our law enforcement officials have tools that are appropriately governed, including by the third branch of government, the judicial branch, so that they can do their job to keep us safe. I think the vast majority of the American people, and I think even a significant number of people who specialize in this field, acknowledge that terrorists and criminals and child pornographers shouldn't have a safe haven in cyberspace. We need to find a way that we can protect the country, protect our kids, while at the same time protecting privacy that ensures effective commerce, that ensures that individual citizens don't get hacked, that ensures that our adversaries around the world that could potentially try to disrupt operations in the United States are not able to do so. So this is complicated, and it's made only more complicated by the fact that this is a dynamic environment. Technology is always changing, and we're seeing innovation move forward. All of that's a good thing. We certainly don't want to do something that's going to stifle innovation, but we do want to make sure that we have an appropriate policy that strikes the right balance between these two critically important principles.
Just a couple more. A source familiar with negotiations against Ben and Security Advisor Rice to testify before the Select Committee on Benghazi have announced, or rather have reported, that originally the White House declined their request. Fox News has also learned that Chairman Gowdy personally negotiated appearances for a meeting with Mr. Rhodes and Ms. Rice and members of the White House counsel's office in Charlotte back in late January. I'm curious if you are familiar with that and whether or not they actually did have conversations during that time.
Well, I will just say as a general matter that the White House and the administration has, despite what Republicans acknowledge is the pure political motivation of that committee, has sought to cooperate with them only because they're a co-equal branch of government. But we had the second highest ranking Republican in the House of Representatives acknowledge that this committee was formed and motivated specifically at driving down Hillary Clinton's poll numbers. In spite of that, we have cooperated with them repeatedly and provided them access to senior administration officials and access to thousands of pages of documents and emails and other materials that could be relevant to their investigation. But the fact is, this is an investigation that's been going on longer than the investigations into 9/11 and the Kennedy assassination. And it is purely politically motivated, and they have not arrived at a different conclusion than the 7 other Republican-led committees that have looked into this and found that, frankly, that what happened in Benghazi was a tragedy and something that shouldn't be subjected to partisan politics.
Last one. What's the #1 goal for the president? If he were talking to you privately or to the American people publicly, his main goal for this trip to Havana is what?
I think the president is looking forward to an opportunity to try to deepen our relationship with Cuba, that we can try to facilitate more effective economic ties between our two countries. There are a number of U.S. business leaders that will be in Cuba at the same time as the president, and we're hopeful that this will facilitate more robust economic ties. The reason for that is simple. It certainly would expand economic opportunity on the island of Cuba in a way that could bring about some reforms to their economy and to their government that would be good. But it also would expand economic opportunity back here in the United States. If American farmers have more markets that they can sell to in Cuba, that certainly is going to be good for growing our economy. That's just one example. There's a reason that that over at the Chamber of Commerce here, just on the other side of the park here, they're not typically enthusiastic advocates of policies advanced by the Obama administration, but they sure are enthusiastic about this one because they recognize that there's an important economic opportunity here that is going to be good for the U.S. economy. But I don't think our goals are only economic. I think the president is looking to send a clear signal to citizens in Cuba, to citizens in the United States, and frankly to citizens throughout the Western Hemisphere, that the United States is taking the appropriate steps to begin to normalize our relations with Cuba. And there are surely more issues that we have to work through, including this issue related to criminal fugitives. But by deepening those ties and solidifying our efforts to normalize relations between our two countries, we can bring about the kind of change that we have long sought on the island nation of Cuba, and we can do it in a way that ends up being good for the American people and for the American economy. Okay? Michelle.
So now that the Belgian government has confirmed that they have captured Abdeslam, what can you say about the U.S.'s role in this operation today? Did the U.S. play some role?
Michelle, I can tell you that the United States intelligence officials and other national security officials have been working closely with French and Belgian national security officials since November to help officials in those countries safeguard their country, to track down the perpetrators of the terrible terrorist incident that occurred back in November. Obviously, the United States has deep ties to our allies across Europe, but that's particularly true when it comes to France and Belgium. And the United States does have unique capabilities that we can use. And we have shared with them a lot of information and expertise. And I know that they have found that to be useful as they have conducted this investigation and taken other steps to protect their two countries. So we obviously stand with them as they confront this threat.
So since that working together has been so close, is it accurate to say that the U.S. worked closely with those authorities in this particular operation?
Mm-hmm. I don't have specific details about this particular operation to share, but I can tell you that operations like this are possible because of the long-standing commitment that this administration has demonstrated to using our resources and expertise to support the French and the Belgians as they protect their country and protect their citizens.
Okay, let's talk about some of the things that the president said in this recent interview, this last interview with NPR.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the words he used in describing the scenario around Garland's nomination, he used words like war zone, hurricane, circus. That was more the politics. I mean, this is the same president who a couple of weeks ago, during a bilateral meeting, said that he understands the political pressures that Republicans are under. He sympathizes with them. I mean, it's somebody who has gone with a filibuster in the past. So describing this as a war zone, what is that reflecting? I mean, it just doesn't really gel with him saying he had sympathy for what was going on a couple of weeks ago. Is he more frustrated now, or is it accurate to say that this is a war zone?
Well, Michelle, I don't think the president has ever had sympathy for the Republican position that the president's nominee doesn't deserve a fair hearing and a timely yes or no vote. The president doesn't have any sympathy with that position. This is a clear constitutional responsibility. It is a responsibility that
All right, guys, that is the wrap on that feed that we got from Josh Earnest. I think we have another video clip of him speaking elsewhere. Here's a look right now at our ADOT cam. Looks like the freeways are moving at a decent speed. This is the I-10 freeway at 27th Avenue. That is the view that you're looking at right now, courtesy of our ADOT cam. I see this image coming in on one of our feeds, Remote 18. I'm wondering if this is Ted Cruz's border tour. Ted Cruz did tour the border of Arizona earlier today. I believe our Fox station in Tucson did cover it, so I'm wondering if they're sending it to us now. I'm not really sure, but it is a frozen shot of Ted Cruz on the screen. Here's something interesting. Anonymous hacker collective claims to have released Donald Trump's personal information. We can play this video for you now, in case you missed it.
Dear Donald Trump, we have been watching you for a long time and what we see is deeply disturbing. Dear Donald Trump, we have been watching you for a long time and what we see is deeply disturbing. Your inconsistent and hateful campaign has not only shocked the United States of America, you have shocked the entire planet with your appalling actions and ideas.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and stream that feed now of Ted Cruz at the border.
Are we ready to roll? Can we introduce you to the sheriff real quick? Hey, Sheriff, great to see you.
Welcome to our county.
Well, thank you for coming out.
Being a strong Republican, you can
saw each other in D.C. So you and Grant have remember you were in the rain? You came over to Fox News? I do. You remembered seeing him?
Not feeling good, huh?
I'm doing better. I had a cold, but I'm on the upswing.
Staff was telling me you're doing this.
Thank you. Okay, let's hit the road. Let's go, Mark. Mr. Ronneback, Governor, we're going to have you guys hop in. And he... You're right. Coming back out. Alright, we're gonna have you ride the bill. I saw you had a canoe. Yeah, I was you've been there to get me on the get me. Not necessarily the way I recommend this, sir. Yeah, we were just, he was kind of filling me in on all his, and the issue of your strict constitutional look is really important. And to be able to get focused on what the federal government's real responsibilities are, to stand in front of security, stand in a strong military. And then I really hammered home last night about the 10th Amendment devolving all this power back to the states, and it's not enumerated in the Constitution. And I told him, I challenged him, I said, if you see Mr. Trump, my bet is he can't even tell you what the 10th Amendment says.
But
that's a bet you'd win.
we don't want anything to happen at the border.
I agree. Are we ready to roll? Can we introduce you to the sheriff real quick? Hey, Sheriff, great to see you.
Welcome to our county.
Well, thank you for coming out.
Being a strong Republican, you can
saw each other in D.C. So you and Grant had remember you were in the rain? You came over to Fox News? I do. You remembered seeing him?
Not feeling good, huh?
I'm doing better. I had a cold, but I'm on the upswing.
Staff was telling me you're doing this. Are you ready for a tour?
Yeah, we're rock and roll. So you'll hop up here with
All right.
the governor.
All right. We'll see you in a few.
Okay, let's hit the road. Let's go, Mark. All right. Mr. Ronnebeck, Governor, we're going to have you guys hop in.
And he.
You're right.
Coming back out? Me? Coming back out?
I'm going to ride with you guys to Phoenix.
Okay.
You better believe I'm going to be back. Versus a 4-hour drive.
Night, man.
Illegal aliens push across the highway. That is sort of diminished as the groups are smaller. The biggest problem nowadays, more than anything else, really has to do with guys who want to try it on foot.
Look secure? You know, it would not be a very determined person that this stops.
This is our course. Get down there and it opens up.
And I guess Kelly was saying that they'll take some of these down and drive a truck through.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then they come right across their properties. They have what we call northbounders and southbounders. And the northbounders will take the drugs up until they hit I-10 and drop them. Then they become southbounders. And the southbounders are the ones that break into the homes and terrorize. They get all the loot and they cross back in.
Pretty interesting, huh? Protecting our country. If you go, we head down there a few more miles, it goes away. There's nothing. There's nothing. So there's no barrier even at all a couple miles down there. And Senator, I'll share this with you, is this is what most politicians forgot, is how we got to this. This is the plan of the 90s, and I call it the plan of the peak, just simply put, is the federal government back in the early 90s wanted to protect the ports and the populated areas. San Diego, Yuma, and El Paso were the 3 targeted cities. That's why you hear El Paso being one of the safest cities. They routed that illegal activity away from those populated areas and those ports into the rural parts, which is, you know, a lot of Texas, a lot of New Mexico, a lot of Arizona, not so much California. So we're a byproduct 20 years later of this plan that nobody wants to redefine. And the people who live in this county, Kelly, all will tell you. And what you hopefully you saw was you don't see border forces on the border. It drives me insane. You saw them up the road because they know you're coming.
Well, it looks like we have lost our feed of crews visiting the border. It is unclear why we have lost that feed, but I will work to get it back for you. In the meantime, while I work on that, why don't you guys just look at the opposite of Mexico, the Mexican border rather, Times Square. Alright guys, well, not sure if we're going to get this feedback, but it is 2:40. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the stream, and Kinsey will be with you guys back at 3 o'clock. Stay tuned, guys. More news now ahead. This is where you guys basically take a food/bathroom/phone call text message break. Join us for more news now, though, in 20 minutes.